A deal for me?
A deal for everyone!
17 East Van Buren Street, Joliet, Illinois.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast, I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top.
Number 1, click on the wheel icon located at the top right of your screen. Number 2, click on Advanced. And number 3, click on the highest quality available. If you're still having issues, type in the live chat. Thanks, and enjoy the game.
Are you looking for some good food after a Fenwick football game? Then head on over to O'Sullivan's Public House. Located on Madison Street in Forest Park, O'Sullivan's Public House has daily drink specials alongside a year-round beer garden. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. O'Sullivan's PH offers dinner until 10 p.m. Even cooler, O'Sullivan's offers a late-night menu until 11:30 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. On the weeknights, O'Sullivan's has a late-night menu until 11 p.m. And for the fall season, O'Sullivan's will offer 20% off food for athletes and coaches following home Fenwick games. For more information, go online to o'sullivansfp.com.
And generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your house or your sandwich. Call Forest Security today.
Call us today at 708-452-2000 or visit forestsecurity.com.
A deal for me?
A deal for everyone! 17 East Van Buren Street, Joliet, Illinois.
Okay. I'm recording, so... All right, so just someone give me a sign. Hello and welcome in, folks, to our presentation of Illinois high school football right here on Sports Broadcast. I'm recording, so... All right, so just someone give me a sign. Hello and welcome in, folks, to our presentation of Illinois high school football right here on Sports Broadcast Solutions. Football is back. Week 1 is finally here, and we have a lot of good matchups this week. The one we're covering tonight, Benet Academy hosts the Hillcrest Hawks in a Week 1 matchup. Standing next to me from Hillcrest, defensive end Max Carmichael. Max, first off, it's Week 1. Football season's finally back. How are you and the team feeling going into this matchup?
We're excited, super excited. Been waiting on this all summer, been training, we've been preparing, and it's time to put it out there.
Yeah, you and this Hillcrest team, a valiant effort against this Benet team last year, but Benet pulled away in the end there. What did you like from that game that you want to bring into this one, or maybe change that went wrong?
I felt like we need to change our intensity and make sure that we close out games. Yeah.
As defensive end, I'm sure you know Benet has a new quarterback at the helm. Last year it was Ryan Kubacki Jr., who was very prolific in his efforts at Benet. This year they have a different quarterback in Ben Clevenger. Is that factoring in your game plan and how you want to stop this Benet offense?
No, not at all.
You're just going out there and killing?
Yeah, I'm playing the same way. Exact same way, 100% full throttle.
I like the way you think. Yeah, finally, of course, on the offensive end, I know you mainly do defensive things as the big D end in front of me. But, what are you hoping to see out of the offensive counterparts that you have to give you a jump start early in this one?
Offensively, for me, or as a team?
As a unit, what do you want the Hillcrest Hawks to go out there and do today?
Play fast, play with intensity, and every snap and every play to be 100%, full throttle. That's what we came here to do.
Your final thoughts, Max. On a personal note, you'll be heading to Purdue University to play for first-year coach Barry Odom. I know that's important to you, but I know going out there and play your teammates is just as important. How do you keep playing intense in your final year suiting up for the Hillcrest Hawks?
These are guys I basically grew up with. Since I'm a senior now, I've been at Hillcrest all 4 years. These guys believe with me, these guys swear with me, and they cry with me, and I've cried too. So I got to go out there and give them my all.
Max, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck out there today. Stay tuned, folks. We have football coming up right here after this.
Are you looking for some good food after a Fenwick football game? Then head on over to O'Sullivan's Public House. Located on Madison Street in Forest Park, O'Sullivan's Public House has daily drink specials alongside a year-round beer garden. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. O'Sullivan's PH offers dinner until 10 p.m. Even cooler, O'Sullivan's offers a late-night menu until 11:30 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. On the weeknights, O'Sullivan's has a late-night menu until 11 p.m. And for the fall season, O'Sullivan's will offer 20% off food for athletes and coaches following home Fenwick games. For more information, go online to o'sullivansfp.com.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your house or your sandwich. Call Forest Security today.
Call us today at 708-452-2000 or visit forestsecurity.com.
At Quick Trip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hard-working people bringing their best every day to make that happen? Quick Trip wants to thank all our co-workers for their tireless hard work and dedication to making a difference in someone's life. Hey, join us in saying thank you to the family of co-workers known for their love of community and treating everyone like family.
Do you love pizza? So do we. At Doreen's Pizzeria, we also love our customers. That's why we're bringing you our loyalty rewards program and online ordering system. Click the link to start your order now. Doreen's Pizzeria, real Chicago pizza.
At Quick Trip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hard-working people bringing their best every day to make that happen? Quick Trip wants to thank all our co-workers for their tireless hard work and dedication to making a difference in someone's life. Hey, join us in saying thank you to the family of co-workers known for their love of community and treating everyone like family.
Do you expect experienced, professional, and personalized attention from your building supply partnerships? You should. Are you getting the specific attention you need to help your business grow? You can. Introducing ICO Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply. As a professional small business, you need real solutions to achieve your desired growth outcomes. This requires more than sample boards, pricing, and on-time delivery, which sets the bar too low. You need more. To grow and win in this ultra-competitive environment, you need ultra-competitive solutions. With Richards Building Supply, get the personalized attention you deserve and need. Take advantage of incredible first-time user incentives. Gain discounted access to a host of our industry's most reputable marketing tools through a Roof Pro membership. And that's just the beginning. Don't believe us? Let us show you. IHSA Roof Pro and grow through Richards Building Supply.
The best things in life are sweet and free too, especially when they come from Chicago's own Sweet Amanda B's. Today, we're celebrating the iconic bakery's 20th birthday. Look at day over 10.
The bakery began at home with the owners baking desserts for friends and family, and then in 2002.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your house or your sandwich. Call Forest Security today.
Call us today at 708-452-2000 or visit forestsecurity.com.
Now this is some bull.
And another 3 for the ball! Oh, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm's here to help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is.
Are you looking for some good food after a Fenwick football game? Then head on over to O'Sullivan's Public House. Located on Madison Street in Forest Park, O'Sullivan's Public House has daily drink specials alongside a year-round beer garden. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. O'Sullivan's PH offers dinner until 10 p.m. Even cooler, O'Sullivan's offers a late-night menu until 11:30 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. On the weeknights, O'Sullivan's has a late-night menu until 11 p.m. And for the fall season, O'Sullivan's will offer 20% off food for athletes and coaches following home Fenwick games. For more information, go online to o'sullivansfp.com.
At Quick Trip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hard-working people bringing their best every day to make that happen? Quick Trip wants to thank all our co-workers for their tireless hard work and dedication to making a difference in someone's life. Hey, join us in saying thank you to the family of co-workers known for their love of community and treating everyone like family.
Do you expect experienced, professional, and personalized attention from your building supply partnerships? You should. Are you getting the specific attention you need to help your business grow? You can. Introducing IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply. As a professional small business, you need real solutions to achieve your desired growth outcomes. This requires more than sample boards, pricing, and on-time delivery, which sets the bar too low. You need more. To grow and win in this ultra-competitive environment, you need ultra-competitive solutions. With Richards Building Supply, get the personalized attention you deserve and need. Take advantage of incredible first-time user incentives. Gain discounted access to a host of our industry's most reputable marketing tools through a Roof Pro membership. And that's just the beginning. Don't believe us? Let us show you. IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply.
Illinois' top-ranked orthopedic and spine practice, Midwest Orthopedics at Rush, is now in Joliet. See a world-class specialist close to home. To be your best, see the best.
A deal for me?
A deal for everyone! 15 East Van Buren Street, Joliet, Illinois.
Now this is some bull.
And another 3 for the ball! Oh, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm's here to help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Do you expect experienced, professional, and personalized attention from your building supply partnerships? You should. Are you getting the specific attention you need to help your business grow? You can. Introducing IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply. As a professional small business, you need real solutions to achieve your desired growth outcomes. This requires more than sample boards, pricing, and on-time delivery, which sets the bar too low. You need more. To grow and win in this ultra-competitive environment, you need ultra-competitive solutions. With Richards Building Supply, get the personalized attention you deserve and need. Take advantage of incredible first-time user incentives. Gain discounted access to a host of our industry's most reputable marketing tools through a Roof Pro membership. And that's just the beginning. Don't believe us? Let us show you. IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply. Do you expect experienced, professional, and personalized attention from your building supply partnerships? You should. Are you getting the specific attention you need to help your business grow? You can. Introducing IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply. As a professional small business, you need real solutions to achieve your desired growth outcomes. This requires more than sample boards, pricing, and on-time delivery, which sets the bar too low. You need more. To grow and win in this ultra-competitive environment, you need ultra-competitive solutions. With Richards Building Supply, get the personalized attention you deserve and need. Take advantage of incredible first-time user incentives. Gain discounted access to a host of our industry's most reputable marketing tools through a Roof Pro membership. And that's just the beginning. Don't believe us? Let us show you. IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply.
Some people see $1. Others see potential. That's because every dollar you invest today, buddy, with a little bit of patience, could be worth $36 in the future. Imagine the potential of all your dollars. The financial wellness app Acorns makes it so easy to save and invest. So download Acorns and give your money a chance to make a whole bunch of little money babies. Acorns, grow your oak.
Illinois' top-ranked orthopedic and spine practice, Midwest Orthopedics at Rush, is now in Joliet. See a world-class specialist close to home. To be your best, see the best.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Kyle Smith alongside Andy Diedrich. It's 7:15, which means it's about some time for some high school football. It's finally here, Andy. The countdown is 15 minutes and counting for high school football. Benet Academy against Hillcrest. Benet Academy beat Hillcrest last year. New players and some familiar faces coming back for both Benet and Hillcrest. For Hillcrest, they got their big defensive end and Max Carmichael, who's going to Purdue next year, and you talked to him in the pregame show.
Absolutely did. Well, let me start off by saying I, for one, am thankful football's finally back. High school, college, professional, it doesn't matter. The fact that we're back out here in the gridiron and the fall weather already cooperating despite the fact that we're in late August, it's a beautiful thing. Focusing it on Hillcrest, Max Carmichael is all 6 feet 7 inches he's advertised to be, listed at 260 pounds. He's sure to be a thorn in Benet's side all day today.
Hillcrest, they played well in the first quarter against Benet, but then Benet scored 28 unanswered points. Problem with Hillcrest, too, they were at home in that game last season. They got dominated by Benet. Now they're on the road playing a Benet team with some confidence. First playoff season for them last year, first time since 2019, but they lost their quarterback in Ryan Kubaki. He graduated. Benjamin Clevenger, who was a safety last season, is now the QB.
Biggest question mark for Benet will be who's going to be under center. Who's the man Ben Clevenger can be under center? Started at safety last year before breaking his ankle 5 games in. Seems like Coach Pat New is all in on his new field general. We're going to see what Clevenger can do when he swings the rock out there for a very pass-heavy offense.
Who do you like in this game? I'm going to go with Benet, the confidence from last year. At the same time, though, how much do they think about that playoff loss? They were dominated 38-6 on the road against Rochelle. Now, that was back in November, right? A long time ago. But maybe that bad taste in their mouth, will that continue into today's game, and maybe they're not as focused on the game at hand? Or, you know what, new game, new season.
I think head coach Pat New has done a good job at getting his guys out of that whole rut that they were in, especially with the returners and a lot of new faces on this roster. And while Hillcrest has a lot of returners at the skill positions, I think the fact that they have so many new faces in the interior, in the trenches, is going to give Benet the close victory in this one.
I say Benet 35, Hillcrest 24. What say you?
Once again, a lot of scoring. I think we're going to see a similar match to what we saw last year. I think some late scoring from Hillcrest makes it close. You said 35-24?
Yeah.
I'll go 35-27.
Okay, but Benet or Hillcrest?
I will take Benet in this one. I think the fact that they're at home right here at Benedictine University in front of the Red Wing faithful, I think it's going to give them an extra boost, put them over the top.
We'll talk about some of the stats from Hillcrest last season, trying to pull off the upset. Benet, couple points favorite in this one. We'll take a break. More high school football action coming up next here on Sports Broadcast Solutions.
Do you expect experienced, professional, and personalized attention from your building supply partnerships? You should. Are you getting the specific attention you need to help your business grow? You can. Introducing ICO Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply. As a professional small business, You need real solutions to achieve your desired growth outcomes. This requires more than sample boards, pricing, and on-time delivery, which sets the bar too low. You need more. To grow and win in this ultra-competitive environment, you need ultra-competitive solutions. With Richards Building Supply, get the personalized attention you deserve and need. Take advantage of incredible first-time user incentives. Gain discounted access to a host of our industry's most reputable marketing tools through a Roof Pro membership. And that's just the beginning. Don't believe us? Let us show you. IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply. Do you expect experienced, professional, and personalized attention from your building supply partnerships? You should. Are you getting the specific attention you need to help your business grow? You can. Introducing IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply. As a professional small business, you need real solutions to achieve your desired growth outcomes. This requires more than sample boards, pricing, and on-time delivery, which sets the bar too low. You need more. To grow and win in this ultra-competitive environment, you need ultra-competitive solutions. With Richards Building Supply, get the personalized attention you deserve and need. Take advantage of incredible first-time user incentives. Gain discounted access to a host of our industry's most reputable marketing tools through a Roof Pro membership. And that's just the beginning. Don't believe us? Let us show you. IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply.
At Quick Trip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hard-working people bringing their best every day to make that happen? Quick Trip wants to thank all our co-workers for their tireless hard work and dedication to making a difference in someone's life. Hey, join us in saying thank you to the family of co-workers known for their love of community and treating everyone like family.
Are you looking for some good food after a Fenwick football game? Then head on over to O'Sullivan's Public House. Located on Madison Street in Forest Park, O'Sullivan's Public House has daily drink specials alongside a year-round beer garden. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. O'Sullivan's PH offers dinner until 10 p.m. Even cooler, O'Sullivan's offers a late-night menu until 11:30 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. On the weeknights, O'Sullivan's has a late-night menu until 11 p.m. And for the fall season, O'Sullivan's will offer 20% off food for athletes and coaches following home Fenwick games. For more information, go online to o'sullivansfp.com.
Back to the action, Kyle Smith alongside Andy Diedrich. Here are some of the passing and rushing stats last year for Hillcrest. Bradley, the quarterback, completion percentage not that great. Andy, just 60% for him. Rushing the football, they're going to miss this guy. Wright had 14 rushing touchdowns. That's over half of their rushing total. So they're going to be hurting a little bit running the football. And from last year, they've got Garrett back. He had 6 receiving touchdowns for Hillcrest, but they are missing Williams. He graduated. He had 8 receiving touchdowns. So some good, some bad. Bradley, he learned as an upperclassman junior. Now it's his senior year, and he's hungry, right? You got dominated not just by Benet, but you got dominated at home during week 1 of last season.
A lot of returners on both teams. On Bennett's side, the big thing for them, they had a big passing day last year. But keep in mind, they don't have Ryan Kubacki Jr. under center anymore. Ben Clevenger will be starting, trying to make up 308 passing yards for Benet last year. We'll see if they get the same thing. Kubacki's favorite target is returning senior Luke Doyle. 161 receiving yards and a touchdown from him last year. Bennett's probably going to need another big day from Doyle if they want to come away with a win.
Here's the officiating crew. That's brought to you by Sports Broadcast Solutions. Referee is Jim Perkins. Umpire Cody Kensel. Head linesman David Domino. Line judge Ron Schell. And the back judge is D. Stinnett. So a 5-man crew. They always do a nice job here at Benedictine University Stadium, and just avoid those holds, avoid those false starts for either team, and you'll probably win tonight's game.
That's the big thing in week 1 is discipline. You don't want to make those careless mistakes that get your team down early. That's going to happen from time to time, being so early in the season. But it's going to be which team can keep their head on straight more that's going to get out to a better start in this one.
So the national anthem coming up next. That does it for our crew. Play-by-play broadcast coming up after the national anthem. You're watching Benet Academy as the Red Wings come in on camera here at beautiful Benedictine Stadium.
Do you expect experienced, professional, and personalized attention from your building supply partnerships?
Hey, Chris, can we get Benet over there?
Remain standing as we continue to pray, and then remain standing for our national anthem. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, amen. Heavenly Father, as we come together in this contest, we ask for your blessing on all gathered here tonight. In a special way, we ask you to bless these athletes, keep them safe from injury and harm, instill in them respect for one another, and give them the courage to compete in ways that honors you with integrity, God may be glorified. Saint Scholastic and Saint Benedict, please remain standing for the national anthem.
We're actually small seconds behind.
Up to 30. Yeah. Whoops. Well, partner, if that won't get you ready for high school football, nothing will. An excellent rendition by the Master of Ceremonies and performing the national anthem, the Benet Academy Red Wing Marching Band.
There's nothing like the national anthem that just gets the blood fired up and everything going in your body right before a game. Doesn't matter the sport, but especially here in what seems to be the biggest sport in America. And I know everyone's excited to watch some football right here at Benedictine.
Here's the Red Wings, as you can see on camera, led by one of their captains and number 4, Benjamin Clevenger. But here we go. Red Wings against the Hillcrest Hawks. And this is a nice tradition they have at Benedictine Stadium, where all of the players, you know how they usually have, you know, the thing that you run through, the banner. This time you run through all the cheerleaders. This is very different than running through the banner like other home stadiums do it.
Whatever gets your team fired up, I'm sure the coaches are into it. As long as their players are ready to go at that first whistle. I mean, with some Ozzy Osbourne playing, who wouldn't be a little fired up right now, Kyle?
All right, yeah, unfortunately, Ozzy Osbourne passed away a couple of weeks ago. So in honor of him,
Red Wings have a pretty solid crowd here tonight. Week 1, of course, is going to draw more fans than usual, but I think Benedictine University right here is going to be host to a much bigger crowd than it's used to.
You're going to see him a lot today. Number 4, Benjamin Clevenger, the quarterback, and even 6 foot, 195 pounds for the Benet Academy Red Wings. Don't forget about Bradley either, though. Completion percentage not great. Anthony Bradley, the senior quarterback, he's a small guy, 5'9", but then again, so was Lamar Jackson, quote-unquote, entering the NFL draft.
Yeah, the high aspirations certainly for Bradley and the Hillcrest Hawks. The fact that he's a returning starter, has seen this Benet defense before as he started the Week 1 game last year and the rest of the season, is going to be huge for the Hawks. Like I said, the inexperience on their interior when it comes to the linemen on both sides might be a concern for them. However, when you look at Big Max Carmichael playing DN, shoring up their defensive front four, not a lot to be concerned of there of Carmichael, Kyle.
We're also going to see him in the red zone. He's also listed as a tight end. So for Benet, try to keep them away from the 20-yard line or inside that 20, because it's hard guarding a 6'7" guy. All you got to do, throw that fade route, and he's going to catch it.
Benet is certainly in for one, handling Carmichael on both ends of the ball, but that doesn't necessarily mean the other 10 guys on the field for Hillcrest aren't important to watch either. And we're about to get underway here. The excitement's here, Kyle. The wait's over. Football's back.
It sure is. Kicking off for Hillcrest will be number 14, Anthony Tolliver Jr. He's a defensive end and halfback, so watch out for the kicking game as you got a non-place kicker kicking to start this one off. And actually, it looked like it was 14, but now 52's near the ball. 52 is Emmanuel Idonweme, who's an offensive tackle and defensive end. So
We've seen the big guys kick before. Let's see if this big guy can do it to start the season for Hillcrest.
So neither guy listed as a place kicker on the depth chart, and you got your offensive lineman / defensive lineman out to kick. This should be interesting. As that's going to be a nice return for Benet as they get it past the 40-yard line. And a good start for the Red Wings and an interesting decision for the Hillcrest coaching staff to have your offensive lineman with the opening kick.
I'm sure the Hillcrest staff told them to just keep it in bounds, let the defense get down there and try and tackle him early. Unfortunately, Benet ran that ball all the way back to the 40, so it's as bad as if they kicked the ball out of bounds anyways. Hillcrest defense has a big task on their hands to start their season.
It was a nice return by Luca Diomede, the junior. And here we go, Benet led by their quarterback, Ben Clevenger, the former safety. It'll be Clevenger in the backfield, joined by Salvino. And 2 in motion for the Red Wings. That's Durbis and Doyle. Trips to the right. Clevenger, screen pass to the right, and gets a couple of yards before brought down. Excellent open field tackle as was delivered by Jaden Lucas.
Nothing wrong with that there from Benet. Only a couple yards gained, but with a new quarterback out there in Clevenger, want to build his confidence early, and who better to throw to off rip than the favorite target of last year's quarterback, Ryan Kubacki. This time, Luke Doyle taking that pass for a couple yards.
Clock continues to run, 11:30 on the clock. Lucas with a nice tackle as we just saw it on replay. One in the backfield, one in the slot. Doyle close to the line of scrimmage. This one, and it's a fake handoff. Nice decision by Pat New. 1st and 10 for the Red Wings as of now, but there is a flag on the field.
Now, the flag may nullify this play, but a beautiful play design from Pat New and Benet. Once again, establishing that connection early between Clevenger and Doyle. Let's see what the referee has to say here.
Watch it on replay. Was Doyle set before the snap?
Flag came in pretty late. I'm from the back judge, too. I'm not sure what this one's going to be.
So it's going to be holding against the Red Wings, which should probably nullify the entire yardage, which would mean it would be 2nd and 18.
Pretty unfortunate penalty there, given that that flag was thrown by the back judge. So that means that penalty was committed downfield after Doyle had already gained the yardage to gain there.
11:06 on the clock, and now they'll restart the clock. Haven't changed the yardage yet. Right now the ball is spotted at the 37. What do you want to run here after that holding call?
I mean, that play they ran before wasn't so bad with Clevenger finding Doyle on a nice misdirection, perhaps a run-pass option there. But you want to gain some sort of yardage here. Give yourself a chance at 3rd down. Let's see what Benet chooses to do.
Clevenger, and he'll drop it off. There's Salvino. Breaks off a tackle. Trying to break off a second one. He does, but then driven out of bounds that time by Jaden Simmons, the combination strong safety and wide receiver.
Short little passes have worked well for Benet, even though one got called back. If you were concerned about the defensive lineman of Hillcrest, best way to nullify it, let them all come through and throw the screen out to the short side.
It'll be 3rd and 4 for the Red Wings on their own 46. Any kind of positive yards, Andrew, they'll probably go for it on 4th down.
Benet is a pass-first team. We'll see if they actually run it here, as they have 2 chances at the 1st down.
Clevenger, pitch and catch near the 1st down marker, and he gets in more. Has good job getting separation that time. The wide out for Benet in number 8, Luca Diomede. And they're going to go no huddle here, will the Red Wings. They split the wide receivers again, one in the backfield. Fake the snap to Salvino. Dangerous pass as Doyle couldn't make the catch. One thing you can't do as a quarterback, Andy, throw it high. A lot of bad things can happen when you throw the ball too high.
That's a lesson Clevenger's going to need to know. That one was all right. I think he saw the charging Hillcrest secondary member and just wanted to get that one out of harm's way. So Benet maybe trying to use up as many Luke Doyle swing passes as they can early, and now maybe we'll switch their game plan up as they cross the 50.
It was Finley on the coverage. Doyle, he's got good size and some speed for the position. It's going to be 2nd and 10 for the Red Wings. Clevenger in the pocket, throws it downfield. Just out of the reach of Diomede. Got to have that one if you're Clevenger.
That was a great look for Benet right there, streaking down the center. And keep in mind, Hillcrest only rushes 3 or 4 guys. There's 3 guys on the line, and they had a linebacker blitz there. So with as many men in the secondary as there are, Benet is still finding a way to get behind them, and they almost had a chance at a home run right there.
Diamede beat his safety on the play, just couldn't finish the play.
That is the advantage of the defense that Hillcrest is currently in right now. They got 3 men on the line, 3 linebackers behind them. So a 3-3-5, it's a variant of the nickel. It's very interesting. It's preventing Benet from getting these deep passes, but right there almost spelled some danger for them.
This time Clevenger rolls outside the pocket as he's got a receiver. Nice completion past the 40-yard line, throwing it on the run, got it to Diamede.
Well, last year it was the Luke Doyle show for Benet and their pass-heavy offense, which still have not ran the ball yet, which is an interesting thing to say at this level. But right now the favorite target is junior Luka Diamede. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. With that frame, he seems perfect for the wide receiver position. Looks good so far.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for the Red Wings on the opponent's 38. Doyle in motion. This time a jet sweep for Doyle, and he might have lost yardage. If anything, it's no gain on the play. And read well by Hillcrest. That's something that Pat knew, has to know as a head coach. What does my run blocking look like in practice versus my pass blocking? If my run blocking is weaker than my pass blocking, I'm going to have to pass more than 50% of the time tonight.
And it seems like he's recognized that, and that's why they've had such a pass-heavy offense so far. Only 2 returners on the offensive line for Benet. So they try to run it outside there and maybe get a kick-out block from the skill players. Hillcrest was all over it.
So it'll be 2nd and 10, ball on the 38. High snap. Clevenger handles it well. Still in the pocket. Clevenger, and he had an open man, but that pressure from Hillcrest gave Clevenger some happy feet.
It's a lot easier said than done if you're sitting on your couch to look at the quarterback, face that pressure, and say, what's he doing? Why is he acting so erratic? It's another thing to actually stand in that pocket and then try to get a ball out when those big men on the other side are coming at you.
Yeah.
Little mistake there from Clevenger, but again, this is his first drive at quarterback, so Bennett's going to give him some grace and certainly still has some trust with their field general.
We talked about that guy, Carmichael. He was the one delivering that pressure. They're going to move him around, right? He's going to be at both right and left defensive end. Meanwhile, the fans getting rowdy and excited for Benet. 3rd and 10 inside of enemy territory. Got to get to the 28 to keep the drive alive. Clean pocket for Clevenger. Over the middle, high throw, close to the first down marker as a nice completion over to John Erickson. They're going to move the chains. 1st and 10 for the Red Wings.
That pass right there has the pass blocking to thank. We said that might be a weakness for Benet, but stood in there when the blitz came in. Shout out to number 21, Joe Salvino, the running back there. Held his ground when it came to picking up that blitz.
First report by Ryan Haywood. 0-0 score. Ryan, what do you got for us?
Yeah, so coaching staff, they are very much involved down there with the sideline. They're trying to tell their guys, stay high energy. That was the biggest thing he said that I had overheard to his guys, and his guys reciprocated, staying high energy, of course, on the sideline, cheering on for Clevenger.
Here's a chance for Doyle, and he scores. We'll get back to you in a second, Ryan. Touchdown, Doyle. Touchdown, Red Wings. What a way to start. Ryan Haywood, I guess, Bennett's lucky charm.
Yeah, Red Wing fans, listen in. You're going to want to hear more Ryan Haywood reports. Looking back at this play on replay, though, I mean, who else but to get it than the man who diced up this defense all of in last season's game, Luke Doyle. Once again, just sticking with their number 1 target. Nice little swing pass. The blocking in front of him was perfect. Bennett's on the board, Kyle.
All right, Ryan, we'll go back to you right now. So a touchdown for Benet. Right before that touchdown was scored, what was the Hillcrest coaching staff saying?
Hillcrest coaching staff aren't too impressed with how they're playing. They're also keeping in mind that it is week 1, so a lot of good film for them to review. But, of course, it's still very young in this game. Going a little bit back onto Luke Doyle, it should be no surprise that he is as fast as he is. He had attended the North Central Prospect Camp over the summer, had a 4.34 and 4.35 40-yard dash. So, guys, keep an eye on him.
Thank you so much, Ryan. So the touchdown, unfortunately, is nullified. So I guess I spoke too soon for Ryan being the lucky charm. Holding called on the Red Wings. Clevenger, dangerous throw over the middle as he was trying to get it to one of his favorite targets in Ben Albert. So a holding call nullified that touchdown for Luke Doyle. And it really wasn't a necessary holding call either, as it was a screen pass, and Doyle made everything happen with missing tackles.
I know I praised the blocking. I guess that's part of the reason why it was so good. But Benet is finding success with these short passes behind the line of scrimmage, whether it's to Doyle, whether it's to another weapon. I think if they stick with that, although they might not in the second 20 spot, might find some success, though. They're still threatening currently on this drive.
So they still have 2nd and 10 on the Jumbotron. Ball on the 34. So he did get some of the yardage, but they did call holding. As Clevenger gets out of a sack for now, still in the pocket, and then finally brought down near the 40-yard line. Lost a yard of yardage. That one's on the pass blocking. Clevenger just really had no chance in that pocket.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to absorb a blitz. 6 guys rushing the quarterback there for Hillcrest. I think they smelled blood in the water in that 2nd and 17, knowing that Bennett's a pass-heavy offense when this yardage to gain is over 15 yards. Right now, Bennett's facing 3rd and a mile right now.
Light rain happening right now at Benet University Stadium. 3rd and 26, ball on the 43. You don't have to get all the 26 yards here, but you got to get at least 10 or more to help out your kicker. Clevenger in the pocket. He'll step up into it. Now rolls over to the right. Throwing over the middle, completed. In high school, you're automatically down once you make the catch. It was completed to Erickson. Decision time for Pat New. Either you go for the field goal or you go for it.
Well, I have good news for Red Wings fans. I mean, that was one heck of a play by their new quarterback in Ben Clevenger. Almost threw across his body there. It looked dangerous at first. Found his man in the middle of the field. But on 4th and medium here, I'd like Benet to go for this one, and they might be taking a timeout. They are going to take a timeout to talk about this one.
So they'll take a timeout. We'll take a timeout as well. You're watching the Red Wings against the Hawks here on SBS. Mute first.
Are you looking for some good food after a Fenwick football game? Then head on over to O'Sullivan's Public House. Located on Madison Street in Forest Park, O'Sullivan's Public House has daily drink specials alongside a year-round beer garden. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. O'Sullivan's PH offers dinner until 10 p.m. Even cooler, O'Sullivan's offers a late-night menu until 11:30.
Kyle Smith alongside Andy Diedrich. They are indeed going to kick the field goal. Ball spot on the 24, so it's a 41-yard attempt. 6:27 on the game clock. It's going to be attempted by Collins. That kick. And it is straight through the uprights. Kick is good, and a big kick for the Red Wings to try to get things going for this Benet offense.
Yeah, number 99, Michael Conway, might have a future in this whole kicking thing. Typically, all you want out of your high school kicker is just to be able to maybe get some 30, 35-yarders. That went through with ease. That might have been good from 50, Kyle.
We're going to take a break. 3-0 lead for the Red Wings here on SBS.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong.
3-0 lead for the Red Wings here at the home of Benet Academy football on the Sports Broadcast Solutions YouTube channel. Michael Conway with the good kick. That would have been good from 50 like you talked about, Andy. Michael Conway putting the Red Wings on the board. They had a touchdown from Doyle, but that was nullified from the offensive holding.
Still good signs from Benet. A couple penalties that maybe not only negated the touchdown, but slowed their progress a little bit. Hillcrest, though, with a chance to respond as their offense takes the field for the first time this season.
It'll be Conway to kick off. So that decision from the coaching staff for the Hawks to have their offensive linemen kick to start off the game, it almost came back to bite them, but they only get 3 points as Benet instead of the 6.
Credit to Hillcrest for holding strong. You know, this Benet offense ran circles around them last year at times. So far, though, holding strong.
this kick, and it's going to get at the 2-yard line. As a pretty decent return by Vaughns, but he can't get it to the 20. And the Hawks have a long way to go if they're going to go all the way down the field for a touchdown.
Opening field position is so vital, especially at these lower levels of the sport, right? I mean, still, the object is the same whether you're 40 yards out or 80 yards out, but getting in a groove is so much easier when you're a lot closer to midfield than if you're closer to your goal line.
So with 6:17 to go in the first quarter, it'll be Anthony Bradley on this Hillcrest offense, see what they can do to answer the opening drive of the game, being a field goal for the Red Wings. Shotgun formation for Hillcrest. 3 wide receivers. And shotgun pass. Screen over to the wide receiver and Derek Streeter. He plays 3 different positions, does Streeter, and he's also the backup quarterback.
You know, sometimes coaches have those athletes that they just wish they could play all 11 positions out there, and I think Hillcrest staff is trying to do just that with Streeter.
Right. I remember when Kane Coulter was playing quarterback for Northwestern. They listed him as athlete on the depth chart because he could play all the different positions. Good snap for Bradley on the jet sweep. Short yardage and nice pursuit by the Benet defense. As finishing the tackle that time for Benet was 54 in Dean Mia. And it'll be 3rd and long coming up for Hillcrest. Gave him some positive yards, though, on that play, so it's actually 3rd and 4. I thought it was going to be 3rd and 6 or more.
Credit to the running back there for getting the edge, but a great angle by Maya. It's exactly what you're taught by your defensive coordinator, so I'm sure the DC on Bennett's sideline smiling right now.
See what they want to do. Bradley's going to roll outside the pocket as a high pass intercepted. Here come the Red Wings inside the 25, and the interception. It was caught by Dominic Tamala, the 5'9" defensive back.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier on Bennett's drive, but standing in there when you're facing that pressure is much easier said than done. Bradley may be a little trigger happy when he saw the rushing linebacker in his face. Go ahead and gives Benet their first takeaway of the game. Now Bennett's going to be threatening to go up 2 scores early.
See where they spot this. It looked like he was going to get inside the 25. Decent pursuit from the Hawks. And now the Bennett's really got to make Hillcrest pay. You can't settle for 3. You got to put it in the end zone for 6.
Yeah, I mean, we saw what Benet could do when they started 60 yards from the goal line, but now it looks like after the run back, Bennett's going to be all the way up at the 13.
And they are still talking it over, the back judge and the referee. And it's going to be a penalty on the Hawks. First inclination is face mask against the Hawks. And it's going to be a short play for Benet. Diomede on the reception. Sorry, Elmer. So we saw Benet had a penalty that cost them a touchdown. This time, a penalty by Hillcrest might cost them a touchdown on defense.
Hillcrest certainly has their backs against the wall here, but they have enough talent in that defensive secondary and, of course, on the line, more than just Carmichael, who we've, his ears must be ringing with how much we're bringing up his name. But if Hillcrest can't stop this potent Benet offense, and they can get away with just another field goal or perhaps maybe force a miss on the field goal, Hillcrest is right back in this one.
So it'll be Clevenger as well as Salvino in that backfield. Shotgun formation. Bad snap. Clevenger will run with it himself, and he is drilled. Absolutely smoked on the play by Carmichael.
Just said his name. Hillcrest stacks the line, gets their best player on the defensive end some help, and the Purdue commit, man, that is one big defensive end.
We always talk about the blind side, protecting the quarterback's blind side. Center is one of those underrated positions. That was a bad snap. Clevenger really couldn't do much with it except run with it himself, because once it's a slow snap like that, everything's out of rhythm. Football's such a rhythm sport. He decides to run into contact, and the one person he ran into is the one guy you don't want to run into contact to.
Yeah. Credit to Clevenger for being able to improv there and at least try to salvage the play. But botched snaps, of course, it's week 1, but don't want to see that at any point in the season if you're Benet.
3:20 remaining. Clevenger with a clean pocket. Now he'll roll to the right. And that one's going to be way too much on it. His intended target was Diomede. That might have been more of a play to just throw that one away versus trying to get a touchdown pass.
Yep, that's exactly what Coach Pat knew, probably wanted him to do. If you don't have anything guaranteed when you're rolling outside there, just make sure it cannot be intercepted by Hillcrest. And I got to say, after having some doubts about what Hillcrest front four can do against this Benet O-line, right now I'm giving the advantage to the Hawks.
So we saw that face mask penalty did not cost the Hawks 6 points. It'll be Conway to attempt the 3, as it'll be a 33-yard attempt. Ball placed at the 16. The hold here near the 23-yard line. Good snap. The hold is there. The kick from Conway. Straight through the uprights. 6-0 lead for the Benet Academy Red Wings. We'll take a break. You're watching the Red Wings against the Hawks here on SBS.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your
Kickoff coming up. It's going to be Conway to kick off for the Red Wings. 6-0 lead for Benet. This time it's going to go to the middle with it, and not able to return it was Streeter. And a 6-0 lead for Benet. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Hawks at their own 20.
Hillcrest, you haven't had a whole lot of offensive success. Early turnovers help nobody, of course. However, if you can just string together a couple of plays and get a few first downs, not necessarily have to go right down the field and score to go up potentially in this one, but at least give your offense some confidence for the remaining 3 quarters of this match.
You know what's interesting, partner, I also saw 16 deep for the Hawks. He's listed as a quarterback on the Hawks depth chart. So they are just mixing and matching today with players. This time Bradley, high pass. This could go the distance. Past the 50, past the 40. No one's going to catch him. Touchdown, Hawks. Maurice Garrett, 80 yards to the house.
Did not look like Benet had any safety help up there. The ability of Hillcrest to just get right behind that defensive secondary with ease. Yeah, no safety help as we watch the replay here. And Hillcrest's first touchdown last year came on a long home run play similar to what we just saw. And right now, I said Hillcrest did not need to go down and score, but with the extra point here with a chance to put them up, I'm sure they'll take the chance.
Right now, I do not see the kicker on the field for Hillcrest. Remember, we saw the offensive linemen start the game at place kicker duties. Right now, they're going for 2. Bradley in shotgun formation. He'll roll to the right. The pressure comes. He'll run with it himself. Breaks off a tackle. 2-point conversion for the Hawks. It was read well by Benet, but just not good open field tackling by the Red Wings.
I think those last 2 plays just shows you the type of athletes Hillcrest has on this roster. I mean, that route there to give them the touchdown of, I believe, 80-plus yards was just a simple go route. Get by your defender and let the quarterback make a play, give you the ball, and you do the rest. This time, Bradley in his own hands, couple nifty jukes, and all of a sudden, Kyle, Hillcrest has got a lead in this one.
So we'll stick with the action. It's 8-6 in favor of Hillcrest. That's what happens, partner, when you don't score touchdowns. Benet was dominating in terms of time of possession, but they couldn't put it in the end zone. A holding call, a bad snap, and they're down by 2 points.
It's kind of funny. It's almost a cruel joke in the sport of football. You can have what a lot of coaches call a quote-unquote good drive, 13 plays, you march all the way down and come away with 3 points, just for the other team to have one play, go 80 yards, and now they're winning, even though it wasn't the good drive that the coaches had. So Hillcrest is certainly happy with what they got. Bennett's offense looks good, but you got to be able to punch it in like the Hawks just did.
Right. Between the 20s offense, right, advantage Benet. Overall logistics and schematics of the game, advantage Hillcrest.
And we talked to Max Carmichael in our pregame interview. He was really adamant about being intense and going out there and killing early. Those are his words, not mine. And so far for the Hillcrest Hawks, I mean, to be able to build a lead against a team that you previously lost by multiple scores against last year, that's a big win in itself.
Yeah, that's one thing Bennett's going to have to know. If they like to run fly routes, you're going to have at least one safety back in case your cornerback gets bit. And right now we see another offensive lineman. They're going to do it again. Here we go. Eddie Aweme. This time it's a nice kick. As near the 15-yard line. And here we go. One man to beat. Could Diaby take it to the house inside the 10? Touchdown, Red Wings! We got ourselves a ball game tonight, Andy.
Looks like we're watching a tennis match with these big-time plays back and forth. How about the story of the night, though? Luca Diamidi wasn't considered the #1 target for Benet, but clearly he's got some wheels on him himself, and he's quite the returner as well. Ran through that hole provided to him by Bennett's blocking. And the Red Wings rolling right now.
How about that? In the last 3 plays, an 80-yard touchdown pass, a 2-point conversion where the quarterback jukes out 2 linebackers, and then an 85-yard kick return. You can't write these things in a script.
Isn't football such a beautiful sport? I'm so glad it's back. This is phenomenal. Let's see if Benet can capitalize with an extra point and extend their lead.
See if they want to go for 2. It's a little early in the game, Andrew, but at the same time, you go for 2, you put the pressure back on Hillcrest. If you don't convert, now you're only up 4 instead of 5.
Yeah, it's an important decision late in game. I think right now you take that point, hope your defense can go get a stop, and then hopefully you're up by a couple scores and it won't matter.
So it'll be Conway, who's been the majority of their offense tonight with the 2 field goals. Diamond with the touchdown. Good snap. The hold, the kick was there. We'll take a break. It's 13-8 in favor of the Benet Academy Red Wings versus the Hawks.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize.
13-8 in favor of the Red Wings. If you're just joining us, shame on you. Where were you at 7:30? Second of all, the last 3 plays. 80-yard touchdown pass, 2-point conversion, 85-yard kick return. Insane.
If this trend's going to continue, I mean, I think Benet needs to be ready for Hillcrest to run this one back. Although, I believe last time Benet kicked it straight out of the end zone.
A little bit of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde for Bradley. Had that pick, and then the next pass, 80 yards to the house. Here we go. Conway to kick. It's going to be a yard short of the end zone. Fumble. That's a live ball, by the way, and near the 15 past it. And finishing the tackle was Gene Garcia, the wide receiver. Up and down we go with Hillcrest tonight.
You have to be able to stick to your game plan. And, of course, it'd be great in your game plan if you could always write up an 80-yard touchdown. But for the plays they drew up on that first drive, they came out swinging on this second drive. They have a third chance with the ball in their hands in this first quarter. Is it going to change? Not quite sure, Kyle.
Got to hang on to that football, right?
Yeah, limit turnovers right now. It's all you can really give yourself. Give yourself a chance to don't go 3 and out, essentially. That's all it is right now. Let your athletes make plays.
This time it's a jet sweep, as was handed off to Streeter. We've seen all 3 quarterbacks get involved in today's game. Streeter, the third-string quarterback. Mika Robinson, the backup quarterback, returning kicks, and the starter in Anthony Bradley.
With some of the plays they've been making, like you said before, just put athlete next to their position because they can seemingly do it all. Getting the edge right there, real nice. Were the Hillcrest Hawks? That was Number 17, Streeter, who, I mean, he feels like he's been all over the field.
Just one of those games, right? You never know if you're going to use all three quarterbacks of the game, and the second quarter hasn't even started yet, and they've already used all three. Bradley still with it. He's going to roll to the right. He's got time to throw. This time he'll throw it out of bounds. He's got speed, partner. I was kind of surprised he didn't try to roll outside the pocket, try to gain yardage on his own accord.
He did escape the pressure perfectly in terms of extending the play, at least giving his team a chance. And we saw in that two-point conversion what he can do with the ball in his hands. I think playing it safe right now, trying to preserve himself for the remaining 3 quarters of this one.
What an exciting first quarter. A kick return, an 80-yard touchdown pass, and a pick. And a touchdown that wasn't because of a holding call.
We both predicted high-scoring affair in this one, but it was going to be a close game at the end. And right now, we got just that.
13-8, Benet after Diamete took it to the house. This time, handoff, breaks off a tackle. This one could go to the house. Past the 50, are you kidding me? No one's going to catch him. Touchdown, Hillcrest. Are you kidding me, Andy? Jamari Thomas to the house.
This may come back. I think I see some yellow laundry on the field.
So it was Thomas that broke off the tackle. Actually, it was Jacob Johnson. I thought it was 7 Thomas. It was Jacob Johnson who took it to the house. Another guy listed as an athlete on Max Preps. But this might be coming back.
Referee has indicated it's an illegal block in the back, but then a personal foul on Benet. So those penalties going to offset, and I think we're going to run that play back.
See, that's kind of a bad break for Hillcrest, because if it's a block in the back just on Hillcrest, you get some yardage back, and then it's a first down, and then you respot the ball. But if it's offset, you just got to replay the play.
Yeah, I don't know if I exactly saw the personal foul that they called on the Red Wings there. Either way, I think they're just happy to have that play nullified, even if they did commit a penalty on that one.
Kind of an interesting play to have a block in the back, because once he broke that first tackle, there was really no need for a block in the back. It's not like a kick return where they go around the blocker and then you do that accidental block in the back. And the sirens go off, so they might have to stop football soon. That's the lightning siren.
It's pretty eerie hearing those sirens as we have a football game going on. Let's see what happens.
This time it's going to be Johnson on the handoff as he got it from Bradley.
And we might have a measurement here, and we certainly are. Referees are indicating we're going to have to see if this one's got enough yardage.
The referees are getting their money's worth tonight.
Yeah, if I had to run out there and get berated by some fans every once in a while, I'd probably want some time in the spotlight too.
A little bit short. The way they're running the football tonight, Andy, you would think they're going to go for it here.
I don't see any way that they wouldn't. The only time that they've gotten stuffed when they keep the ball on the ground is when they can't quite set the edge on the outside. But when you have 4th and maybe a toenail to go here, got to just run it up the gut and trust your strength versus strength.
Only problem is you don't get it. You give Benet great field positioning, but I think the way they're running the football, you got to have confidence. And they've also held Benet out of the end zone twice on defense. You could also do a snap count. If you don't draw them offside, you have 3 timeouts remaining.
We will see here. It's 4th and inches regardless. Personally, I know it is early, but I do like this call from head coach Kyron Weaver of Hillcrest. He's trusting his offense. He's trusting his senior quarterback. And whatever play's called, as we are still waiting for the referees to figure themselves out, I think.
Looks like that Hillcrest is trying to check in one of their players. That's Kyron Bullard, the running back. And now he's back to the sideline. There's a certain amount of time that you can check somebody in. Otherwise, it's 12 men on the field. Anyways, here we go. 4th and short. Clock will now run now with 1:14 to go. And a late push by this Benet defense, and Hillcrest might be short. No decision yet by the officiating crew. They haven't signaled yet. Benet football! That was a nice late push by the Benet defense as it looked like Bradley was going to get the first down and then some.
A lot of times it's a thankless task being one of those interior defensive linemen. You're not quite making the sacks and the crazy plays in the backfield like a Myles Garrett or a TJ Watt. But it's those interior defensive linemen that head coach Pat New trusted to get them to stop there. And pretty emphatic stop to give themselves great field position. They're going to line up, it looks like, at the 27.
I still think it was the right call, and you agree with me. The way they were running the football, breaking off tackles.
You have to trust your athletes, and that's exactly what Coach Weaver did for Hillcrest. Unfortunately, that time doesn't pay off. I don't think that'll lose any confidence for what the Hawks have in their system.
Having trouble running the football. Then again, another small gain. You got to give your quarterback some confidence. Ease the pressure off him by running the football, but the guards and tackles right now struggling a little bit for Benet.
You do wonder if the rain's going to play into it too. You got a new quarterback out there who Coach Pat New has, given multiple vouches in terms of what he's confident in Clevenger's ability. However, the rain out there makes things a little slippery. Just a little slippy out there for Clevenger, maybe keeping it on the ground. Maybe both teams going to switch to more of a ground and pound approach.
Salvino still in the backfield. They're going to split the wide receivers. Now Doyle in motion. Clevenger's going to roll to his left. Drop-off pass, not a good one. It was behind Doyle. They would have gotten a couple yards, partner, but at the same time, a couple yards here, a couple yards there. You get into a more manageable third down.
Once again, they're trusting their athlete in Luke Doyle there. That was kind of a premeditated check down. He kind of runs that little shallow out route to the corner, maybe gets a full head of steam. But Benet not really seeing a whole lot of home run plays, minus, of course, that kick return that has put them in the lead.
So it's going to be 3rd and 8. Ball on the 25. And that will do it for the quarter. So we're going to take a break. It's 13-8 in favor of Benet.
A deal for me?
A deal for everyone.
17 East Van Buren Street, Joliet, Illinois.
Illinois' top-ranked orthopedic and spine practice, Midwest Orthopedics at Rush, is now in Joliet. See a world-class specialist close to home. To be your best, see the best.
Benet with the ball as it will be 3rd and 8 at the 25. Clevenger rolling out to his left with time as that pass was on the run. And it's going to be a late signal. Chain's not moving yet. Touched. It's going to be a completion. And now we see the chains moving, but the refs are signaling. The back jugs thought he might be signaling incomplete. If it's complete, it's to Evers. And the chain gang does move. So that was kind of confusing because we saw the ref look like he was signaling incomplete.
Yeah, it's a catch in the books, though, and a great play design from Benet. They roll Clevenger out to the left on a design rollout, and on that, he pretty much has one target or he's going to take off. That target was there for him to throw kind of a reverse, but they're going to keep it on the air.
Oh, my gosh. Doyle had no chance. Excellent tackle that time by Jaden Lucas. That's the thing, partner. When you can't run the football, it makes it easier for the defense to key in what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give a shout out to Jaden Lucas there, that big hit. How do you do, Mr. Lucas? Looks like he's been waiting to make that hit all offseason, and it comes at a big time as Hillcrest trying to prevent Benet from putting another one in the end zone. Although, keep in mind, Bennett's only touchdown of the day came on a kickoff. Bennett's not really able to finish the job when they have the ball in their hands.
2nd and 12. As Clevenger, did he get the ball off? Regardless, it's going to be 3rd and long coming up. If he got the ball off, it's an incomplete pass. If he didn't, it's a sack. They do say the hand was moving forward, so it is 3rd and 12.
Looks like they did move him back, Kyle. They're sitting here at about the 21-yard line. And what I'll say is, shout out to Ricky Wallace coming in and laying the boom on Clevenger. I think the 3-man front of Hillcrest maybe lulls the Benet offensive linemen to sleep. They're not quite ready for those linebackers to rush in right through the A-gap like Wallace did. He's certainly fired up.
3rd and long. It indeed is a sack. As Benet, they're in trouble right now. Clevenger to the sideline. Nice pass. Was it under control? Flag thrown. Could be pass interference against the Hawks.
It certainly looks like it's going to be. At first, it appeared to be a great defensive play by the corner there on the far side. But perhaps throwing that one up, Benet, knowing that they're in a 3rd and very long situation, either trying to get a catch or a call. And we'll await the confirmation from the referee, but it looks like Bennett's going to have a 1st and goal to go here shortly.
Only good thing for Hillcrest, it's not a spot foul like it is in the NFL. Still, though, not a good time to commit that PI. Looked like the defense was there. You were forcing to the sideline. It was going to be a tough catch, and unless that's Justin Jefferson, I think that was going to be an incomplete pass all the way. Really no need for pass interference there.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate for the defensive back because the natural instinct when you get beat on a ball like that, even if it's underthrown, is you got to do something to get that ball dropped, right? Even if he didn't get his head around, just getting a little too handsy, they call it hand in the cookie jar a little too early, might cost the Hawks here. Although, I believe it's still 3rd down. I actually thought that'd be an automatic 1st down there, Kyle.
Remember, it's not a spot foul like the NFL, and it was half the distance of the goal. So 3rd and 10 for the Red Wings. They can get a 1st. Over the middle, bad decision. Intercepted by Hillcrest. It was intercepted by Simmons. Bad decision, partner, because if he throws that ball away, they still are able to kick the 3 points.
Yeah, Clevenger, in his first game as starter, experiencing a little bit of early game woes, and this was expected, I'm sure, for Benet, of course. It's hard to replace Ryan Kubacki, their quarterback from last year, who either tied or set 5 different passing records in the program's history. However, throwing in a double coverage there, I think you got to give credit to the Hillcrest defensive scheme for just being able to capitalize on a mistake from Clevenger.
So here comes Anthony Bradley and this passing attack for the Hawks. He was 2 of 4 passing in that first quarter. 86 yards, but one of those completions was for 80 yards. What a break for Hillcrest. The way that Conway is kicking the ball tonight looked like that was going to be a chip shot field goal to make it 16-8 in favor of Benet.
Yeah, Jaden Simmons of Hillcrest coming up with the big play there, that closing speed to go ahead and finish and secure the catch through the ground.
Bradley with time, and he'll roll outside the pocket. On the move. That would have been a fantastic catch, but it's incomplete. Intended target was Thomas. Plays 3 different positions for Hillcrest, including running back.
A lot of athletes on this team, and one of them, Anthony Bradley, the quarterback right there. Again, we've seen Bradley go on some runs. We know his athleticism. He seems to really trust his wide receivers, though, is giving them a lot of chances rather than taking off on some plays.
Always hard to throw the ball on the run because you're not setting your feet, right? That's where you really know a quarterback's arm strength, when they can't set their feet and they throw balls on the run.
And credit to Bradley. He gave his teammate there and Jamari Thomas at least a chance at a toe-tapping catch on the sideline.
A couple yards that time for Hillcrest. As good job by the defensive line for Benet. Able to get the tackle is 99. Actually, no, it was 95, and Jameer Crowley. Third and 10 for this Hillcrest Hawks offense. One in the backfield. They're going to split the wide receivers. Bradley with time. Down the sideline, that might have been picked off as well. But a late play by his wide receiver, and Streeter just knocked that ball out of the cornerback's hands, and a break for Hillcrest.
Sometimes as a wide receiver, you have to turn into a defensive back, even if that's not your listed position on the roster. To be able to come away instead of an interception in your own territory versus a chance to punt it away and make Benet drive further is huge. So awareness from Streeter there to correct that errant pass from Bradley.
4th and 9 coming up. Remember, the kicking game for Hillcrest is a little suspect tonight. And you never know who's going to kick and who's going to play quarterback because they just have these guys play different positions. Bradley's still on the field, by the way. This will be a rugby-style punt. And it'll take a Hillcrest roll past the 45-yard line. As you can see, 21 and Finley just waving that ball to go backwards. That was an interesting rugby-style punt, partner, because usually they roll a lot to the right and then kick it. He only rolled like 3 steps and then kicked it.
Yeah, they didn't go as far back as like a normal long snap you'd see on a special teams like a punt or something like that either. But either way, Derek Streeter adding another position to his many listed positions on the roster sheet.
All right, partner, we got Ryan Haywood for another report. It's 13-8, Ryan, and a lot has happened since you were last up here.
Yeah, and I apologize to our Benet fans for being the harbinger of doom on that first time I came up. But a couple of interesting things to note, particularly for Hillcrest on defense. Coach Weaver saying, look, we're going to be okay. We just got to be tighter on defense, especially against the throw for Benet. Similarly for Benet, they are very much looking into their O-line help, trying to remind their guys, slide over. The outside backers are coming in, so they got to adjust rapidly, guys.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. Benet up 13-8. Seems like it should be a lot more. Really, the only thing that Hillcrest have been able to do is that 80-yard touchdown pass where the safety got bit on the double move. Other than that, Hillcrest offensively, it's a little bit suspect tonight.
Well, if anything, that's a blessing for the Hawks. They're still in it despite not playing the football that they wanted to play coming out of the gates here.
This time, over to the sideline. As good job catching the ball by Albert, 6'1" wide receiver. Remember, in high school, they're automatically down once they hit the turf.
And it's not like the NFL where you see some crazy play where someone forgets to touch the guy with the ball and he gets up and runs for a lot of yards. But solid little route there. Once again, we mentioned it in the first quarter. Really trying to build Clevenger's confidence with these short scripted throws 3-4 yards down the field. The only issue is now they have 3rd and medium to try and continue this drive.
3rd medium for the Red Wings. Clevenger. And just has to dump that pass off. His intended target was Salvino. You're up by 5. The offense has been rolling for the most part. Do you consider going for it? And if you don't draw him offside, calling the timeout?
I wouldn't mind an aggressive play call here from head coach Pat New, given how your defense has been, minus a single play where a wide receiver got past the last line of defense. Looks like Bennett's going to play it safe here, but they do have the lead, and they are on their own side of the field. So maybe just trusting their defense a little further down the field, hoping that they can get the ball right back, perhaps after a 3-and-out.
And this one's going to be kicked to the 10-yard line, and it takes a very friendly roll from Conway's foot. Inside the 10, Hillcrest, they're down by 5, and the time position battle has not been in favor of Hillcrest tonight.
Once again, thanks for tuning in, folks. This is our first installment of Friday Night Lights here on Sports Broadcast Solutions. I'm Andy Diedrich alongside Kyle Smith.
I got it.
Once again, thanks for being here. Hillcrest takes over inside their own 10.
First and 10 for Hillcrest. Ball at the 9-yard line. Handoff up the middle and gets a couple of yards to the Hawks.
Wonder if Hillcrest can ground and pound their way through Bennett's first line here. It's not been going well for them. Of course, their really only big-time play was the 80-yard touchdown they had in the first quarter to make this a one-score game. But they're going to need their wide receivers to generate a little more separation from this Bennett secondary.
Bradley in the pocket, throws it downfield. He did have his wide receiver open on the play, but a little bit overthrown. Intended target was Adams. And that's something Benet has to be cognizant of. It's the second time a fly route has almost gone the other way to beat them.
Yeah, if that ball drops into the receiver's hands right there, that's certainly a touchdown if he can win the foot race. Benet had two secondary members on that side of the field. Neither could keep pace with that Hillcrest wide receiver. That was the intended target there, number 13,
Jameel
Adams. Yeah, I mean, he has some speed on him, but some interesting conversations to be had at halftime when it comes to this Benet defense and especially the secondary.
3rd and long coming up for Hillcrest. 3 wide receivers to the right, showing blitz is Benet. Bradley rolling outside the left. This time he'll run with it himself. And if he had run with it himself the entire way, he might have been able to pick up that first. Instead, he stopped his feet, trying to get the defense to bite. They didn't, and now 4th down coming up for Hillcrest.
Yeah, tremendous job by Bradley once again, being able to break contain of what Benet had on this near side, or tried to have, but didn't have a receiver downfield. Bradley not trusting his legs as much as he normally does, we'd think. And Hillcrest is going to have to hope they get another good punt here, or else Bennett's going to have a nice, easy drive ahead of them potentially.
They might go for the all-out block here, considering how shaky the special teams has been. And we'll see how Hillcrest does on their punt here. They did a rugby-style punt the last time, but it was only a 3-step running to the right punt. High snap. They do the same thing. This one's very low, and it takes somewhat of a friendly roll. This time, Benet will get the advantage. Ball near the 38. And the special teams game for Hillcrest, suspect at best tonight.
Yeah, the special teams are only out there for probably 10% of the game at most, Kyle. But a lot of the plays that happen when that 10% is going on can dictate the entire trajectory of a game and a season. So Hillcrest might need to iron that out if they want to at least try to lessen this gap or perhaps retake the lead.
They were in the postseason last year. They lost in the first round. Benet defeated Perspectives, then lost to Rochelle. This would be a big win for Benet. They have some tough teams on their schedule, including Mount Carmel later on in the year. You'll be here for that one.
Mount Carmel, probably one of the better teams in the state this year.
Correct. This time, Doyle actually, and he was destroyed on the play. As another nice hit delivered by Finley. Flag on the play. Did he get the face mask? Another flag as well. And this could both be on the Hawks. Watch it on replay right now. Here's the completion. Yeah, it might have been head-to-head hit.
I mean, regardless of what the call is, tremendous closing speed there to make that tackle. Did he get the head down? Was it more of a hitting with the crown of the head for unnecessary roughness? And then we're going to have to look out for a potential after the play foul as well.
Watching it one more time at 50% speed. Completed. Yeah, looked like he got head-to-head contact, crown of the helmet.
So it looks like that penalty that came after the play was dead went against Benet. So we're going to have offsetting penalties despite the unnecessary roughness on Hillcrest. I did not exactly see what went on in the fracas after the play, but certainly the refs didn't like something they heard, and looks like we're going to rerun 2nd down.
It's possible there was a hold on 21 Salvino. Meanwhile, here comes Benet. It'll be 2nd and 10 at the 35. A lot happened there, and after all that, it's 2nd and 10. Clevenger with time, and he'll roll to the left. Clevenger will take it himself near the 30, and a good run there by Clevenger.
Showing some maturity already, sensing the pressure in the back of the pocket, stepping up, looking at his final check down option, and then just getting ahead for a few yards to make 3rd down much more manageable. Good stuff from the first-time starter at quarterback.
It's interesting having a safety play quarterback so he knows opposing safeties, right? And you put him at quarterback. Interesting a former position to your current position, how that translates to quarterback success this year for Clevenger.
And Clevenger was pretty good at safety. He actually recorded an interception the last time these two teams faced off.
This time, oh my goodness. No chance for Salvino. And Hillcrest, that penetration up front is lethal right now. Mike High Anderson delivering the tackle. That was like a WWE move, the way he just almost picked him up and threw him to the turf.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, Bennett's offensive line trying the best they can right now, but it's just pure dominance when it comes to the run defense for the Hawks.
It was actually Garrett who started the tackle. Anderson finished it. Maurice Garrett, player of the game tonight for Hillcrest.
I certainly think so. Max Carmichael, we've called his name a couple times tonight. Even if he's not in on the action, I think he commands so much attention from the blocking scheme of Benet.
Yeah, you almost have to double him every play, especially on passing situations.
Exactly.
4th and 5, ball at the 32. Clevenger with time to the right. Nice completion and more for Benet. Got it over to Erickson, the 5'11" wide receiver. Good pitch and catch. And when you give your quarterback time, he can help you out.
Great play call there from Benet. That ball was going to him the entire time. Just trust a playmaker of yours to get some inside leverage, get enough to at least get the first down and see what your offense can do if they continue on the drive.
RPO that time from Clevenger, read well by the Hawks. And with under 4 minutes to go, the Hawks are thinking, just keep him out of the end zone. Just keep him out of the end zone. How big was that interception from Clevenger earlier? They'd have a chance of making a 2-score game if he hadn't thrown that pick. Salvino in the backfield. They're going to split the wide receivers. Clevenger with time. And that was actually a decent pass, but even better defense that time from Hillside. Delivering the tackle was Bowers. And it'll be 3rd and 9 coming up for Benet.
And the problem with a pass-heavy offense is if you get into those second and long situations and can't gain a single yard, well, then you have to go out there and do the same thing, except you don't have the luxury of potentially an extra play to get you that yardage. So Benet maybe, you wonder if they're going to call a shorter pass here like we've seen them to at least give them 4th and 5 rather than like a 4th and 9 or 10.
3rd and 9 for Benet. Clevenger with time. And that's close to the first down. Inbounds as was completed to Diomede. Chain's not moving yet, so he's a yard or 2 short. Obviously 4-down territory, but if you're Benet, try to run the ball away from Carmichael.
I think that's best. They've struggled with the run tonight. Their athletes have made plays. I mean, Diomede has gotten his name in the stat sheet more than once. Hillcrest coming out still with that 3 lineman front. We'll see if the linebackers are going to rush in through the A-gap here, but 4th down's big time.
4th and 2, 2 in motion for Benet. One would think it's a running play here. Now Doyle in motion. Handoff to Salvino, and that's going nowhere fast. Don't know if I love that play call, the way they've struggled with running the football tonight.
We saw the jet sweep go to Doyle multiple times tonight, and I think that faked to him in the jet sweep after he motioned to the middle, tried to set that up. But unfortunately, motion and misdirection can't account for just that defensive front of Hillcrest just having their way with the Benet offensive line.
Would you have liked to do a shovel pass there?
I'm all for creative play calling, especially on 4th and short. It doesn't matter how you get that first down, Kyle. It's just a matter that you do. And Benet with a chance to put up 2 scores with their second chance to the red zone, ending in a turnover. Not looking good for the Red Wings now, but their defense has been their strong suit tonight.
That's why scoring touchdowns is so important. If they were up by 2 scores, they might have just kicked the field goal there, but because they're only up by 5, the field goal only would have given them an 8-point lead. Bradley in shotgun formation. This time, he'll swing it out to the left and read well by Benet. It was completed to Garrett, trying to get Garrett out in space, and Benet read it all the way.
Neither team straying far from their game plan. I think right now this has become a defensive battle after we had that explosion of scoring in about 30 seconds of game time.
Would you consider putting Garrett at Wildcat formation for a couple plays?
Whatever jumpstarts an offense that's really only been able to get going very intermittently, I'm in full support of. And I think no better place to do it than when your back is against the wall right now and need some yardage right now.
Bradley, There's a flag on the play, could be against the Hawks. He throws it out of bounds. If you're Benet, do you accept or you decline? If you accept, they're 10 yards back, and it's 2nd and 22. It's going to be on Hillcrest, in fact.
Yeah, with that holding call on Hillcrest, the chance to send him 10 yards back. If your defense is able to get the stop, which I think Coach Pat New is going to trust them to do, if you move them further back with how wishy-washy the special teams have been from Hillcrest, I would accept this penalty and trust your defense to get 2 more stops.
They will accept.
Those punts have not gone very far downfield, and it's given Benet great field position to start their last pair of drives.
If you're head coach Kyron Weaver, do you consider just running the football 2 times to help out your punter?
Don't see why not. Get some extra space, and I think a lot of punters won't admit that they get a little scared when it's close to the goal line, but I'm sure they do.
Rolling outside the pocket, across his body, and was he able to finish the catch? If so, it was completed to Arlo Hollings.
Referee did come in and say incomplete. I think he bobbled that one a bit too much.
Dangerous play to be thrown across your body like that.
That's not the first time we've seen that from Bradley. I think the frustration of not getting this offense going minus 1 single play is potentially mounting in his mind and the rest of the offense out there for Hillcrest and just trying to jumpstart the offense to generate some sort of points.
So there was a holding on the play. They could have pushed the Hawks 3 more yards back, but Pat New decides to decline it. It'll be 3rd and 21. One would think it's just going to be a screen pass here or something short to help out the punter. Benet showing blitz.
I was going to say the same.
This time a double move, and Bradley just overthrew him. Oh, boy, a break for Benet, and you got to be wondering why they bid on that on 3rd and 21.
The last thing you need is that play to get Hillcrest out of the sticky situation they got themselves in. If one thing's going right for Hillcrest on offense, their wide receivers, a couple double moves, whatever it is, are getting by these Benet defenders in the secondary.
Got to have over-the-top coverage, especially because that's the 3rd time, 2nd time of an overthrow, and the first one went 80 yards to the house. If I'm Benet, I'm probably bringing everybody to block it, but they do have one guy somewhat deep. Bradley still on the field. Bad snap, still in his own end zone, able to get out of it. Missed the punt, ball loose. Benet has it near the 10. Going from bad to worse right now for the Hawks.
Well, Kyle, you called it, and sending pressure is exactly what Benet did there to try and force a mistake like that. And what a gaffe for Hillcrest. Unfortunate that their defense has to go out and try to defend. Bennett's been unable to punch it in with their offense, but right now they have 9 yards separating them from the end zone.
The pressure, too, was important because it forced the punter to go to his left, which is important because he's a right-footed kicker, so it's awkward to kick rolling to your left.
Yeah, you're asking a lot of a non-punter to go out there and boot the ball away anyways, but when you can't block for him and the pressure gets to him like that, it just makes things even harder. Benet takes over at the 9-yard line.
The other thing is, too, when you bring the house, it's like a blitz, right? When the blitz comes, there's going to be one free rusher. Same thing on an all-out block. There's going to be free rushers. The punter has to know 1 1,000, 2 1,000, get the ball off my foot. Ball on the 9. Bennett's got to make him pay here. Clevenger, the fade route to the end zone. And I don't think that the defensive back in Bowers turned his head around, which would be PI against the Hawks. No signal yet. We'll watch it on replay in a second. He's got to turn his head around for it to be a clean play. Let's see. Fade route. Did he turn his head? Turn his head? What do you think, partner? I think that was pass interference on the Hawks.
Yeah, at this level, I think they're a little more lenient with what you're able to do face guarding-wise. But what does it say about Bowers and how good he is that the coaching staff is comfortable leaving him on an island on the far side of the field? Great defense there.
Or cheating defense. Clevenger over the middle. Might have been some hand grabbing. No flag yet. Doyle was the intended target. And the yardage really isn't the thing, partner. It's about the automatic first down that Benet wants.
Yeah, I know we disagreed about the penalty in the last play. I think this one unequivocally should be a penalty against, that's number 4, Jaden Lucas of Hillcrest right there. I think he got in on the shoulder pad there right when the ball was supposed to be getting into the arms of Luke Doyle for the touchdown.
Yeah, I don't think it was pass interference, but it looked like holding at the very least.
Benet fans certainly disagreeing, but hard to say in full time. Either way, Bennett's got a chance. 3rd and goal here.
Clevenger with time, another fade route. Almost caught it. What a attempt by Doyle. 4th and goal. You're at the 9. If you're Pat New, do you kick it here?
I think at this point, you have to take the points. You've come away unsuccessful on a couple drives that really should have been able to punch it into the end zone. And they are going to send their kicker out there, the sure-footed Michael Conway. But, Kyle, I'm surprised at the play calling of the 3 plays there, going for the end zone every single time when Bennett's found so much success in at least getting 4 or 5 yards in every pass attempt.
It's possible Pat New got scared after Doyle got drilled on that screen pass. You don't want to get your wide receiver, your star player, killed in week 1. This will be a chip shot for Conway. 26-yard attempt. The hold is there. Here comes the kick. Off the uprights. No good. So how about that? The easiest kick of the night, and he missed. And the furthest one from the field goal post went straight through the uprights.
I guess I'll take the credit for the announcer's jinx there. I called Conway sure-footed, and he has looked tremendous tonight, both on kickoffs and when he's gotten to go in there to try and give his team 3 points. But what a break for the Hillcrest Hawks. That turnover on special teams looked like one of the, could be spelling doom for them early on. No harm, no foul, Kyle. They still got the ball down 1 score.
Nothing is a sure thing in football, right? Pat New decided to do a couple of fade routes. He didn't get the benefit of a defensive pass interference call, and his kicker missed it when he thought he was going to make it. Bradley rolling outside the pocket. Look at that athleticism. Tackled from behind, but not before Bradley gets a lot of yards on the play. That's something Bradley's got to do more of tonight.
We kept telling you he was an athlete, and he finally took off and showed us those wheels. A killer juke from the quarterback for the Hawks, and we're going to get a timeout from Hillcrest to maybe try and put some points on the board before the end of the half.
All right, we're going to take a break. 1:11 remaining here in the 2nd quarter. So after the timeout, both teams with 2 timeouts, by the way. It'll be 2nd and 2 for the Hawks. And let's see if Bradley continues on with these quarterback keepers. Bradley in the pocket. And that one overthrowing his wide receiver. And Thomas, it's been the good, the bad, and the ugly tonight for Bradley. The good, the 80-yard touchdown pass. The bad, overthrowing receivers. And the ugly, the interception.
And we're going to have 3rd and short here for the Hillcrest Hawks. They're trying to muster some sort of offense. And Bradley's doing all he can. I think he's had to scramble outside the pocket more than he'd like to. But if they can find one of those go routes that Hillcrest keeps finding an opening in, this game could turn on its head real quick.
So 1 in motion for the Hawks. That's Thomas. Bradley in the pocket. Bradley's going to run with it himself. Quarterback slide. And was he hit before he gave himself up? I think he went down before the hit.
Sure looks like it. All that matters for Hillcrest, that's enough for a first down. Temporary stop in the clock. And we're rolling here.
Really quickly, partner, have you seen the YouTube video of why they should get rid of the quarterback slide? It's a really good one. It's a great video for everybody watching that has some time on their hands. That might be against Benet.
I think I saw 54 of Benet touch first.
This is where the officials make the big bucks. Was it Encroachment, was it offside?
They call it they call a false start against Hillcrest. I thought Dean Mia jumped first for Benet, but they rule it that he only jumped because somebody on Hillcrest jumped.
Yeah, you see, here it is, Andy. Right here, see it? Yeah, it's the right guard for Hillcrest.
I think the center even snapped it and then realized his mistake in the middle of his snap. Either way, 1st and 15 now for Hillcrest.
That's the good thing about stunts, right? As Bradley in the pocket. Now he'll roll outside it. Wobbly pass, and he throws it out of bounds. Thing that Hillcrest also has to think about, not just scoring points, but you don't want to give Benet any time when you punt the ball back to them.
Right now, looking at the clock, only 24 seconds to go. Maybe trying one more pass play for Hillcrest to get a first down. If they don't get it, running the ball and taking this one to halftime.
2nd and 15, ball on the 27. Both teams with 2 timeouts. Here comes the blitz from Benet. Bradley saw it. Now he'll roll to the right, but he's sacked. Ball loose, but Bradley was down before the fumble. And will Benet call a timeout? Clock stops at 16 seconds, so somebody must have called a timeout. So it's a legal face mask against Benet. I laughed because the Jumbotron guy said face masking. I didn't know that was a verbal phrase, face masking.
Face masking, whatever you want to call it. I was about to give Connor Evers some credit for closing in a good pursuit angle to take down Bradley, who's very speedy. But the only thing about that, grabbing that face mask can just completely kill defensive momentum, and we're going to see another timeout now. But suddenly, with some new life in the last 10 seconds of this first half, here comes Hillcrest.
Timeout, Benet will take a timeout as well. You're watching Benet against Hillcrest here on SBS.
At Quick Trip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hardworking people bringing their best every day to make that happen? Quick Trip wants to thank all our co-workers for their tireless hard work and dedication to making a difference in someone's life. Hey, join us in saying thank you to the family of co-workers known for their love of community and treating.
So coming out of the timeout, it's 2nd and 10 for Hillcrest. Ball on the 32. One would think it's going to be conservative here. Benet has one more timeout left, so Hillcrest will have to run at least 2 more plays.
Being the fact that it's 2nd down, maybe one more chance to get it downfield, even though Bennett's in the prevent right now with 4 deep. We'll see what they do.
Bradley. And he's going to be sacked. Let's see if Benet calls their final timeout. And the signal is there for the timeout. So Benet calls their final timeout.
Actually, Kyle, the referee on the far side indicated that Hillcrest is calling a timeout right now.
That one is really interesting because you're not anywhere near a Hail Mary attempt. I guess you could run a hook and ladder and what Scott Van Pelt says, pitchy, pitchy, woo-woo.
The legend of pitchy, pitchy, woo-woo it's here, trust me, and it's a lot of fun to watch. I don't know if that's the right play because if it goes terribly wrong and a Benet offense who's been struggling, who your defense has stepped up to nullify all game long, gets 6 more points on the board before the end of the half, you just go into that locker room feeling extremely deflated. So we'll see what the Hawks have in store coming out of this timeout. I mean, keep in mind, folks, there are 3 seconds left in the first half here.
So we'll fix that for you. So actually, Hillcrest called the timeout, so Benet has 1 left. Not that it really matters. There are 3 seconds left on the clock, but it does matter if Hillcrest tries to do pitchy, pitchy, woo-woo, and Benet picks it up for a scoop and score touchdown. One would think they're going to just take a knee or hand the ball off.
Again, an interesting decision from Hillcrest. I don't know if they're going to – I mean, they're lined up like they're running a play, Kyle.
Yeah, it might be one of those late handoffs or misdirections. They're going to run a play, though. Look at this one-handed catch. As a great job by the tight end for Hillcrest and Johnson, and that unceremoniously will end the first half. So some good things for both offenses, some bad things, and some really explosive plays.
Yeah, that was one heck of a first quarter, I got to say.
First half.
First half in general, yeah. I mean, I'm talking about specifically the first quarter scoring, of course, but things have quieted down here. I think both teams are now settling into their game plans. It's strength versus strength. Both defenses coming out on top.
We're going to take a break, give you some halftime stats. It's 13-8 Benet here on Sports Broadcast Solutions.
A deal for me?
A deal for everyone.
15 East Van Buren Street, Joliet, Illinois.
Now this is some bull.
And another 3 for the ball! Oh, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm's here to help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Are you looking for some good food after a Fenwick football game? Then head on over to O'Sullivan's Public House. Located on Madison Street in Forest Park, O'Sullivan's Public House has daily drink specials alongside a year-round beer garden. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. O'Sullivan's PH offers dinner until 10 p.m. Even cooler, O'Sullivan's offers a late-night menu until 11:30 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. On the weeknights, O'Sullivan's has a late-night menu until 11 p.m. And for the fall season, O'Sullivan's will offer 20% off food for athletes and coaches following home Fenwick games. For more information, go online to o'sullivansfp.com.
A deal for me?
A deal for everyone.
15 East Van Buren Street, Joliet, Illinois.
Professional and personalized attention from your building supply partnerships? You should. Are you getting the specific attention you need to help your business grow? You can. Introducing ICO Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply. As a professional small business, you need real solutions to achieve your desired growth outcomes. This requires more than sample boards, pricing, and on-time delivery, which sets the bar too low. You need more. To grow and win in this ultra-competitive environment, you need ultra competitive solutions. With Richards Building Supply, get the personalized attention you deserve and need. Take advantage of incredible first-time user incentives. Gain discounted access to a host of our industry's most reputable marketing tools through a Roof Pro membership. And that's just the beginning. Don't believe us? Let us show you. IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply.
I'm here with Coach New, and Coach, looking at the half so far, what's your message? I'm here with Coach New, and Coach, looking at the half so far, what's your message to the guys right now?
Yeah, I think right now there's a good football team over there. Both teams are playing really hard. It's just we just got to find a rhythm on offense and handle their pressure.
Defensively, you talked about the offense. What adjustments need to be made in order to contain the Hawks?
Yeah, I think just continuing to get after the ball, contain this quarterback. He's a little bit scary when he starts running. So containing him is key, and then staying behind receivers.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach.
Thanks.
Back.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your house or your sandwich. Call Forest Security today.
Call us today at 708-452-2000.
Are you looking for some good food after a Fenwick football game? Then head on over to O'Sullivan's Public House. Located on Madison Street in Forest Park, O'Sullivan's Public House has daily drink specials alongside a year-round beer garden. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. O'Sullivan's PH offers dinner until 10 p.m. Even cooler, O'Sullivan's offers a late-night menu until 11:30 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. On the weeknights, O'Sullivan's has a late-night menu until 11 p.m. And for the fall season, O'Sullivan's will offer 20% off food for athletes and coaches following home Fenwick games. For more information, go online to o'sullivansfp.com.
Kyle Smith alongside Andy Diedrich. Andy's got the halftime stats for us. Running the football for Benet wasn't exactly good, Andy.
If the stats here are to be trusted, on 12 attempts, Benet -9 net yards rushing.
Not so much better for Hillcrest, though. They only had 22 yards rushing.
Yeah, so, I mean, we're looking at 2.2 yards per rush for Hillcrest and a negative mark for Benet. It's clear that this game has been won through the air, although for Hillcrest, it's really only one play that's accounted for that scoring, that absolute bomb of a go route 80 yards down the field and late in that first quarter. But then again, Benet responds with a kickoff return. So this game has been everything, right? We've seen 2 field goals. We've seen missed field goals. We've seen a long touchdown responding with a kickoff return. We've seen a completely whiffed punt, completely missed it. I have no idea what's in store for the second half, and that's what makes high school football so great, Kyle.
For Benet, enough with the turnovers, right? Capitalize on the opponent's mistakes. You talked about that missed punt. Got to put it in the end zone or at least 3 points. Got nothing on that drive, and that's kept Hillcrest in this game.
Yeah, I think despite the fact that Benet has the lead right now, you look back at that possession, Benet started with 9 yards to go to the end zone, don't gain a single yard.
Correct.
And then the field goal dings off the upright. So even though Benet has the lead right now, and I'm sure Hillcrest is fired up wanting to be in the lead themselves, right now I'm kind of giving the momentum and the mental edge to the Hillcrest Hawks.
Who's your MVP in the first half for Benet? Is it Diomede or is it Conway?
I think you got to give it to Diomede just because the fact that he is really the only reason that Bennett's found any success on, well, I won't say any success on offense at all, but that big home run play, he's been all over receiving core too. You know, Ben Clevenger in his first start has clearly found one of his favorite targets. That's not to dilute the impact of any other Benet player right now, but Diomede's certainly standing out, and he's only a junior, Kyle.
Right. We talked about Bradley's completion percentage of 60%, good, not great. It's awful tonight. 4 of 13. If Hillside's going to win tonight, they need Bradley to be completing more passes.
Yeah, Hillcrest is lacking in the passing game. Of course, the only touchdown has come on a pass, but not sure if that was really Bradley's doing. He did put it in the arms
It was
of the
right on the
receiver.
money at the same time. When he's that wide open, it's hard to miss.
Yeah, things that are looking good for Hillcrest in terms of, you know, what they can actually do is that their defensive front is getting the penetration they need to make things hard on Benet. On offense, though, maybe we're going to see Bradley take off a lot more than he can. We know he's an athlete. We know Hillcrest is full of athletes. They're going to have to step up big time if they want to make any dent in this Benet defense.
2 of the points came off of a 2-point conversion. Bradley missing 2 defenders. We saw late in the first half, got 8 yards on a quarterback sneak. So getting him outside the pocket, and once you start doing that, those linebackers start cheating up, and what happens? Those tight ends are open in the middle.
It's the age-old adage in football: establish the run game early on, and it opens up the big passing lanes that you can go through later. Unfortunately for both teams, establishing the run game has been a lot easier said than done, of course. So there's a lot more football to be played. You wonder if they're going to completely abandon the ground game or just stick to slinging that thing through the air.
I mean, there's other ways to run the football, right? Jet sweeps. Do you run a run? Technically, it's a pass when you do the shovel pass. But it's like a run because the running back is about to get the handoff, then he runs up the middle for the quick pass. So there's different ways to run the football. We'll see how both teams want to do it. But for Benet, the A gap and the B gaps aren't really working tonight.
Kyle, it's a great observation. I don't think either team's going to abandon their game plan outright, but I would be shocked if we don't see some sort of creative play calling and some trickeration, maybe early to start the second half.
Yeah, maybe a reverse, a jet sweep, a shovel pass, maybe even a hook and ladder, although that's usually reserved for later in the game.
You have to wake up your offense somehow, and if it's unconventional means that do it, I don't see why either coach would be against it.
So remember, Benet got the opening kickoff off an offensive lineman that kicked it. This time, Benet Conway, the normal place kicker, will kick it. For Hillcrest, keep doing what you did in the first half. Just have your quarterback complete more passes. Bradley rolling outside the pocket. Here we go. Conway to kick. 2 men deep for Hillcrest. Deepest man is at the 10. This is going to stay in the field to play until it doesn't, as it rolls into the end zone for a touchback. 1st and 10 for Hillcrest. And at the end of the day, partner, all Hillcrest cares about is the final score. It looked ugly at times in the first half, but if you end up with more points than Benet, you won the night.
Ugly wins are still win, and a win is the most important statistic. So Benet coming out on defense, or clearly the only play that has gotten past them was the big-time go route on that far side from Hillcrest.
Right. Remember, he has overthrown 2 receivers, though, on fly routes.
I think you got to make Bradley try and beat you with his arm since you're stopping the ground game, and we'll see if Benet maybe shows him some pressure to start.
So here we go. Bradley in shotgun formation, as he's done most of the night. This time a handoff going nowhere fast. Great job of Benet reading it with the instant penetration, but there's an injury on the field for the Red Wings. Could be a cramp. A little bit hot tonight. You mentioned that in the pregame show, Andy, and this is why having depth is so important in the game of football. Injuries happen, and the Belichick next man up mentality sometimes rings true in terms of winning a state title.
Yeah, you know, you create your game plan with the players that you are going to start the game with, and you never anticipate for an injury. At the same time, that game plan has to be flexible enough where you're comfortable putting your second stringer or third stringer in there. Your defense or offense cannot rely on one player making majority of the plays. So whoever that is for Benet going off to the sidelines, you hope it's not too much of an impact where Benet can still get the stops that they want. It looks like he's making his way slowly off the field now.
Looks like it's Jack Heiberger, the linebacker, 5'11", 205 pounds.
Yeah, and that's somebody who's been in the backfield on multiple Bradley pass attempts, has kept that outside contained when Bradley tries to scramble. So could be a big loss for Benet here. Let's see how they respond in the forthcoming plays.
And for Hillcrest, now you know Heiberger's off the field. Let's go A-gap. Let's attack. No time like the present.
It's the same thing as if a defensive back was injured and you have the backup in. You're going to attack whatever the weakest point is. So maybe right up the gut is where Hillcrest is going to look to generate their offense.
A little bit of a zone look right now from Benet on defense. Quick pass behind the receiver, but able to get back into the play and catch it, as it was a good one for Hillcrest. Derek Streeter. He's a short guy, partner, just 5'6", and if they ever pass it to Destin, the junior, he's only 5'3".
And I guess if they can catch the ball, it doesn't matter how high off the ground they do it. Streeter's been all over the place tonight, right there finding the soft spot in the Benet coverage. Although 3rd and 7, it looks like, for Hillcrest has not been kind to them, the third down has.
Right, 1 of 7 in that first half on 3rd down. 3 of 6 for Benet. Most important down in football. Bradley, pressure comes, high throw, good catch, as it was completed to Jamari Thomas. Man, did the Hawks need that.
Right now, the referee's still marking them short. I like the defensive play call there from Benet. They ran quarters where you have 2 men deep over the middle, and then your outside defensive backs go deep as well. That was the one spot of the zone that was weak. Hillcrest found it, but here we go, Kyle. It's 4th and short.
And they're going to go for it as of now. A lot of movement. Did Benet move first? We'll watch it on replay in a second. Chain gang has not moved yet. Offside against Benet, automatic first down for the Hawks. And that's something that Benet has to realize. Anything that's 4th and 5 or less, they're probably going to run snap count.
Yeah, you can't shoot yourself in the foot like that. I know it's tempting. It's 4th and 1. You came out and didn't have the first half that you wanted to. You want to get right back at Hillcrest. But right there, the Hawks playing it smart. Now they have a fresh set of downs to work with.
And a short gain that time for Hillcrest.
And they didn't gain anything on that little bubble screen there. I don't hate that action for Hillcrest. Again, they got to build Bradley's confidence up, or at least gain something through the air with these short little passes. Just don't know if the blocking in front of that receiver was there. I believe that pass caught by, I think that was Garrett on offense, but second down either way.
So Ben's brother and Jack was the one that committed the offsides. Meanwhile, jet sweep. And well read by Benet. That time it was DeLuca on the tackle. 3rd and long coming up for Hillcrest. And it's decision time for the coaching staff for the Hawks. Do you roll Bradley outside the pocket, or do you have confidence in him to make a throw in the pocket?
The fact that you have such a wide side of the field, if you look at the far side there, you got to have some sort of design rollout to maybe get him some space to have more than one option, right? His only 2 options can't be triple coverage downfield or throw it away.
That one downfield, and actually it was 2 Benet players closer to it than the wide receiver. That was well overthrown. Partner, why are these balls overthrown? Is it footwork right now with Bradley?
I think he's a little gassed as you see him. He's kind of running in from the sideline to get the play every single time. That definitely has a factor into it. The Benet pressure has been there, forcing him to escape the pocket a little bit. And I think he's got a little bit of dancing feet because of it, like you mentioned.
Remember, there's no headsets in high school, so you do have to run to the sideline to get the play. Now you'll have the plays on your wristband. So they'll say, blue 42, and then you got the wristband to look at it really quickly. 4th and 9 right now. And should be a pooch punt for Hillcrest. They're going to pass it complete for now, but he's well short. And I am shocked by that play call from Hillcrest.
Kyle, I'm right there with you. We talked about creative play calling coming out in the second half to try and bolster your offensive output. We didn't say that we recommended reckless play calling. That seems a bit too throwing caution to the wind right there from the Hillcrest offense.
Like, if it was a fake punt pass, I would have been more okay with it because you're trying to catch the special teams unit of Benet off guard, but just a straight going for it on 4th. Now your quarterback might get hurt. He's running to the sideline with his helmet off.
Yeah, everything about that, especially putting your quarterback in harm's way as he's fighting for yards, trying to get the first down there is not good. So a complete swing and miss from the Hillcrest special teams, and then a failed 4th down fake punt right there. Yikes.
Defense has been good, though, for Hillcrest, but you're putting him in a bad spot right now. Clevenger with time, thrown over the left, incomplete. And he was trying to get it that time to Albert. Second and long coming up. It ain't over until Benet scores another touchdown, even a field goal. Hillcrest is only down a touchdown and a 2-point conversion.
Neither team has taken the driver's seat here, per se, and Ben Clevenger's unit needs to find something if they want to at least have a comfortable lead rather than this 5-point scraping by they have right now.
Another play coming up for Benet, then we'll have another field report from Ryan Haywood. Handoff to Salvino, and that's a short gain. Ryan, what do you got for us? Interesting decision from Hillcrest to go for it on 4th and 9.
Yeah, very interesting decision indeed. Just one noted injury to Bennett's DB, Jack Hayberger, number 9. You may have saw him get carried off the field. The athletic training staff taped under his knee. He was able to get up, and he is listed as questionable to return.
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. Well, that's good news for Benet. Your linebacker in Heiberger is questionable to return, not doubtful, so your starting linebacker, one of the most important positions on the defensive unit. Clevenger this time, he's going to get out of it, surprisingly, and Clevenger's going to take off past the first down, breaks off a tackle. Man, oh man, looking like Lamar Jackson on that play.
That is what I've been waiting for from Ben Clevenger. He's 6'1". He has a long, lanky frame that he uses to generate some speed upfield. And as great as Ryan Kubacki was last year at quarterback for Benet, he didn't have the size and those long strides that Clevenger has. He's using his athletic frame well, and he finally gets a first down quite easily for the Red Wings.
Well, it looked like that going forward on 4th down was going to work for Hillcrest, and then a huge gain on the quarterback sneak from Clevenger.
Yeah, Hillcrest hasn't really felt the need to have a quarterback spy over the center of the field. I know it's only one run, but it's something to keep a watch for in terms of defensive scheme.
Clevenger, pressure comes, high pass to Doyle, and a good open field tackle delivered there from Hillcrest, Jaden Lucas. He's been all over the field tonight.
Yeah, not just him, but I know that was a screen pass and it got out okay. But look at the speed of this Hillcrest defense and how quickly that they are getting to the backfield. They only have 3 men on the line. They usually blitz 1 or 2. But Clevenger doesn't even have time to think back there before he's got to make a decision.
So it'll be 2nd and very long for Benet. Ball inside the 25-yard line. You're thinking 6, obviously, no 3. Doyle behind the left guard. This time a handoff. Salvino. Nice hesitation. No, it's a fake handoff. Doyle with it. Man, they actually faked me out.
Yeah, it was a great fake handoff there. That's the whole point. I don't know if that was a run-pass option or that was the design all along. But Clevenger really leaving that ball in the pocket of his halfback there for quite a long time, getting that defensive end out of Doyle's way. And Doyle was off to the races for a first down. Hopefully Benet can finally push it in as they face 1st and goal to go.
Wow. Got to give credit to Clevenger. He really sold that fake handoff, and it allowed Doyle to get out in space.
Yeah, the biggest thing, as I mentioned, is you want to get that defensive end out of wherever the ball's going, and that fake was long enough that it did just that.
This time, Salvino actually gets it. And you wonder how tired this Hillcrest defensive unit is. All these 3-and-outs from Hillcrest. Maybe that's one of the reasons they went for it on 4th down, to give their defense a rest. At the same time, they went for it on 3rd down when that defense had a 20-minute break at halftime. Was it enough of a break? The chess game within the chess game, right, when you're a head coach.
One of the understated and underemphasized statistics in football, time of possession. Right now, Benet dominating.
Clevenger to the end zone, knocked away. And another excellent play by Thomas. They're making Clevenger's night tough tonight.
Yeah, you do have to give credit to this Hillcrest secondary. I mean, it's not that these Benet receivers are not talented. We've seen what Luke Doyle can do. We've seen the speed and the talent of Diomede, the junior. But, I mean, Hillcrest just, I don't know what it is. They brick wall their defense as Benet gets closer and closer to the goal line. Can they stop them for, I think, a 3rd or 4th time in the red zone, Kyle?
3rd and goal. If you get 2 or 3 yards, I think they're going to go for it. If they don't, I think they'll kick. 3rd and goal at a very long 7. This time, Clevenger rolling outside the pocket. Stiff arm and can't get out of it. Huge sack for the Hawks, and maybe a mistake by Clevenger for not throwing that ball away.
Yeah, the design rollout only works if you have a quick throw or a quarterback that can set the edge. It's not that Clevenger isn't quick, but it looks like that middle linebacker for Hillcrest that got in there, I think his job right there was just to monitor. Actually, I take that back.
Yes.
That's our good friend Max Carmichael making one of the bigger plays of the night for the Hillcrest defense.
As we watch it on replay, Carmichael just got instant penetration, and actually it was a little bit of a hold, but he didn't continue holding the jersey, so it was a sack. Anyways, Conway will attempt what we think is another chip shot. Snap is there, the hold, the kick, straight through the uprights. He is 3 of 4 tonight and arguably Bennett's MVP.
He is the leading scorer, Michael Conway, the kicker. He's, of course, had a rough chip shot miss over here, but the fact remains, Benet is winning this game because of Michael Conway's right foot.
We'll take a break. 16-8 Benet here on SBS.
At Quick Trip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hardworking people bringing their best every day to make that happen? Quick Trip wants to thank all our coworkers for their tireless hard work and dedication to making a difference in someone's life. Hey, join us in saying thank you to the family of coworkers known for their love of community and treating everyone like family.
A deal for me?
A deal for everyone.
17 East Van Buren Street, Joliet.
Michael Conway with 9 points, 3 of 4 with the field goals, and that's the difference in this game. Good news for the Hawks. They're still only a touchdown and a 2-point conversion away from tying this game up.
Yeah, it's a matter of actually putting themselves in a position to do so. The only touchdown they've had was a broken defense from Benet letting them do that. Maybe they'll run a kickback, but Conway's putting them deep, not letting them have a chance to do so.
This time, this kick near the 5-yard line. And this will indeed get past the 20. Here we go. Off to the races. Right now, Vaughns has it. As Vaughns gets out of bounds past the 40-yard line. Special teams for both teams. The ups and downs for Hillcrest tonight on special teams.
Yeah, I mean, special teams certainly are a special thing to have on a team for sure. I mean, like I said before, they're only out there at most 10, 15% of the game, but it's the 10, 15% proportion that can make or break the entire game. So Hillcrest probably with one of their better starting field positions of the night right here, Kyle.
Remember, the kicking game for Hillcrest has been suspect, so they're thinking 6 points. And the kicker had the tackle. Conway doing everything tonight. Might have been offside, and the ref agrees. Remember, a neutral zone infraction, when it's that blade, you got to blow it dead. the old Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers play where they jump offside and then get back onside to establish themselves. You can play on when you're the quarterback.
Yeah, it's another Benet defensive mistake. It didn't cost them last drive, but now we have a chance at midfield for this offense.
If I'm Bradley, I'm getting outside the pocket and see if I can take one all the way for a touchdown. This time, and he breaks off a tackle. Here comes Thomas to the other way. Thomas past the 40. Thomas past the 30. Could he take it all the way for a touchdown? Brought down at the 20. We're going to watch it on replay if there was a block in the back, but no flag yet.
Unfortunately, Kyle, there is a flag there at midfield. It's going to be an illegal blindside block on Hillcrest's number 52.
Yeah, it's such an we watch it on replay here. It's just such an unnecessary block. And actually, it's the guy that kicked it earlier in the game, and Edon Weme. At the same time, did he get him on the side instead of from the back?
Yeah, it certainly looked like that Hillcrest rusher, that was Jamari Thomas, had the edge, and that didn't need to be made. But more important matters, it looks like we still have a player down on the field.
Yeah, players on both teams down. A lot of injuries tonight, unfortunately. You hate to see it. Derek Streeter, the injured Hawk, and waiting on a number for Benet. Might be 28 for Benet. That would be Hawk Lawler, son of A.D. Scott Lawler. And Derek Streeter trying to shake it off, but because he's hurt, he's going to have to miss at least one play. But he's a football player, partner. He is walking it off without the trainer.
This is a tough sport to play. I know it's a lot easier said than done to go out there and hurl your body at 11 guys on the other team that are doing the same thing towards you. So credit to all of these players coming out and playing under the Friday night lights here at Benedictine.
Look at this, where the ball's going to be spotted. The drive actually started at the 42-yard line. Now they got to go all the way back to the 32. Just an unnecessary block. Could you make the argument it was on the side and not the back? It looked like on replay, it looked like it might have been on the side. But either way, it was such an unnecessary block.
Hillcrest has an argument there, but the ref's going to throw that flag more often than not. So unfortunate for the Hawks, but that offense finally getting making some leeway down the field.
A couple of yards on that play, if that. Something that Benet has to work on. That's the second time tonight we've seen a guy break off a tackle and then almost take it all the way for a touchdown. Bennett's got to be a little bit better with recovery speed and pursuit.
Yeah, and pursuit angles can drive defensive coordinators crazy. I know my dad's listening to this, my former defensive coordinator. That was the number one thing that he focused on because it could turn a small gain into such a big play. It's catastrophic for the defense.
Got to stay within yourself, stay in your gap. Meanwhile, Hillcrest has a long way to go, and they didn't have to, but they're going to try to recover from the penalty. 2nd and 20. So they didn't
Here you pull out the trickeration, Kyle?
Not yet. Bradley. And good job from Benet. They had a couple of quarterback spies on the play. They are forcing Bradley to throw the ball downfield or roll outside the pocket. If he tries to go straight up the middle, they got a couple of linebackers there to greet him.
Yeah, it's been a lot better play from Bennett's first two levels so far. Of course, you know, a couple big plays they got nullified by penalties, and there might be some tackling and pursuit concerns from those further back levels. But again, Bennett's interior is making it hard for Hillcrest to do much of anything over the middle of the field.
16-8 Red Wings with under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Bradley, he'll roll outside the pocket. Throws it downfield a little bit high, and not able to handle it was Maurice Garrett. Ever since that 80-yard touchdown pass, he has been nullified by this Benet defense.
Yeah, and that was the right play to make. I think Garrett had a chance with the toe tapper on the sideline, but once again, Bradley being forced out of the pocket and trying to improvise and almost gave his chance a 4th and short, but we're going to turn and touch it back to the field. I believe we have another player down.
Waiting on a number for the Red Wings. If you're just joining us, Conway 3 of 4 with the field goals. Luca Diame took it 85 yards to the house on a kick return. And Maurice Garrett, 80 yards to the house on a pass. That's it. And, of course, the two-point conversion from Bradley. Been a struggle, though, for Bradley. That completion percentage is well under 30% tonight.
Yeah, and despite all that, if Hillcrest can put one in the end zone and pin it up with a Rose with a two-point conversion, it's a tie game, Kyle, as crazy as that sounds.
It's going to be 18. Ben Albert hurt, playing on both sides of the ball tonight. 4th and 17. I mean, one would think it's a punt, but if you want to pull off the fake punt, this would be the time to do it.
And no one's expecting you to run a play here, although with 2:25 left in the third, I would imagine this is just going to be a punt.
It's a lefty kick. Nice open field tackle. Jaden Lucas, arguably Hillcrest MVP tonight.
Lucas has been all over the field, whether he's batting down passes in the secondary, making life hard on would-be ball carriers, or right there playing the gunner position on that punt and making that tackle. It's a lot easier. It's not difficult than it looks, I should say. You are running at a guy that's standing still, but once they make a couple moves, they make one good juke, you are flying by and he's gone.
Because you got to grab the ankle. Anything above the knee, they're just going to bounce off you.
Yeah, Lucas is he's impressed me, especially. He's very fundamental in his tackling, which I'm sure makes his defensive coordinator quite satisfied.
Benet has a chance again to put this one away. Can they do it? That has just not worked for them tonight. And I don't know if it's the blocking. I don't know if the quarterback's giving it away with the signals at the line of scrimmage, but they are not having a chance on a lot of these runs.
I mean, that was a pretty much straightforward run. I know you're in the shotgun, but straightforward run. How fast did that Hillcrest Hawk defense get back there? I mean, Ricky Wallace had the running back in his wraps probably half a second after he was given the ball. I am thoroughly impressed with what this front 4 or 5 has been able to do for Hillcrest. They only have 3 linemen. They're usually blitzing 4 or 5 at a time, rushing 4 or 5 at a time, I
running
should say.
the 3-4 defense tonight.
Yeah.
2nd and 10. Something that Bennett's going to have to work on in practice, this running game. Not a great snap. Clevenger, good pitch and catch. And it's completed that time to Diamede. He's been their money receiver for much of the night.
Clevenger showing some poise again. You know, he's been tested. It's a little shaky at times in his first start, but, you know, a bit of a bot snap there. He's able to keep his composure, find his target, and now a much more manageable 3rd and 4 rather than they're sitting at 3rd and 8. So I think you keep the ball in Clevenger's hands. These quick little out routes, hitches over the middle of the field where the window's there and your quarterback's just got to deliver it on the money. I think you got to stick with that here to try and get yourself a fresh set of downs.
One in motion for Benet. That's Erickson. Clevenger wasn't ready for it, was Erickson. Erickson asking for a push-off, but the ball was nowhere near him.
Timing just seeming a little bit off on that one. I think that wasn't a bad play call from Benet, but unfortunately I don't think the chemistry is quite there between Clevenger and his receiving core. And also, that play works if you are threatening the deep ball. Benet really only maybe once tonight has threatened a pass longer than 15, 20 yards. Hillcrest read that all the way, and looks like they're going to force a Benet punt.
Good news for Benet. We haven't seen a lot from Bradley in this Hillcrest offense. But the more you allow Hillcrest to stay in this game, the more dangerous they become. This is a very good punt, by the way. Inside the 10, inside the 5. Rolling to the 1. If you're Hillcrest, should you have attempted to return that kick, or was it just too hard to return as it was going towards the sideline?
I'll be honest with you, I think it was difficult enough, and that was because Michael Conway is having himself a night as both kicker and punter of the Red Wings. Dare I say he's the MVP tonight, Kyle?
Wow, what a punt.
I mean, to ask a high school punter to not only pin a team inside the 20 or the 15, but at what, the half-yard line, essentially? Punters are people, too, and Michael Conway is certainly a person. And a punter, whatever you want to call him. Shout out Michael Conway.
He's definitely a homo sapien.
Let's see what Hillcrest can do, though. Backed up, I mean, you talk about back against the wall.
Yeah, right at
definition.
The edge of the goal line. Could we see something even crazier than we saw in the first half? That play is blown dead. Was it false start in the end zone? If so, that's a safety against Hillcrest. Offside on the offense. You don't see that.
Offside. Interesting.
Now, was it in the end zone?
I don't think so, Kyle. I think it was on because it's on the line. It's technically out of the end zone. So instead of at the 1 yard line or half-yard line, they're half the distance from that.
Remember, passing the ball is so dangerous at the 1 yard line because a holding call in your own end zone is a safety.
What's the play call here, Kyle? You're backed up. You haven't generated a whole lot of offense. How do you get out from the goal line?
I would go A-gap here, but I wouldn't be surprised if they try to get it to the edge. Bradley's going to try to pass it, this time in his own end zone. Just barely getting out of there, the tight end and Johnson. And at this point, I would just run a QB sneak up the middle and just punt.
Got to give yourself some sort of breathing room. We've seen the special teams woes that Hillcrest has had tonight, and I wonder if being potentially 7 or 8 yards deep when they receive that snap for a punt would only exacerbate those concerns.
It has been the Michael Conway show since that 85-yard return from Diomede. That'll do it for the third quarter. Benet leads by 8 here at the home of the Benet Academy Red Wings.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your house or your sandwich. Call Forest Security today.
Call us today at 708-452-2.
Other one. Here we go. 3rd and 9 on their own 1. Not a lot in the playbook you can call here unless it's something crazy.
I mean, one of the crazier things that I've seen, I've seen the New York Giants run a quarterback sneak 2 or 3 times when it was 3rd and 9, but honestly, not much you could really say here, Kyle. You have to try and give yourself some breathing room if you're Hillcrest, but offensively, in both halves, unable to even give themselves some sort of break.
That's danger territory. Did he get out of the end zone? Safety! Bradley goes up the middle with the run. Nothing doing. Safety Benet up by 10.
Benet made the right call there. They trusted their secondary, which has been tough at times. You know, they only rushed 4. They had linebackers waiting in the middle of the field because they knew Bradley had the potential to take off. And as soon as they saw him step up in that pocket, they fired in there. Benet now finally pushes their lead to 2 possessions. And everybody's favorite scoring play in football, the safety.
It's going to be a drop punt for Hillcrest. Very low-scoring game. It looked like when we saw the touchdown reception, the kick return, it was going to be 35-24, like my projection. Ever since then, a little bit shakiness for both Clevenger and Bradley.
Yeah, you have to credit the defenses for stepping up and doing the job they're supposed to do. But right now, Kyle, this looks like 2 teams who are struggling to find an offensive identity. Bennett's always been very pass first. You know, last year with Ryan Kubacki, he's one of the more successful passers in the state of Illinois history. This year so far, whether it's Hillcrest's defensive backs making this difficult for them, or Clevenger maybe having some first-game nerves, haven't quite found that same sort of passing success.
Yeah, Clevenger, a relief pitcher for Bennett's baseball team, went all the way to the state championship game and lost last season. Look, this is a Hillcrest team last year, their last game of the regular season. It was a 43-42 final score, lost to Lamont. That dropped them to 5-4, and then they lost in the first round of the postseason. It's a different Bradley quarterback. Should we give credit to the Benet defense? Sure. But for a guy that completed 60% of his passes, he doesn't look like that guy tonight.
I'm a little surprised because he has a fair amount of his receiving core from last year returning, too. You'd think that chemistry would stay intact over that time. However, that also cannot account for the pressure he's had to face. How many throws has Bradley had to make where he's escaping from the pocket, throwing on the run?
Well, Benet finally has the 2-score lead that they wanted. Will that help this offense feel less of the pressure now that they know they're up by 2 scores?
Do they finally try establishing that run game and get their rushing yards in the positive total?
You got to get it to the edge, one would think, because the A and B gap runs are not working. Not only are they not working, it's tackle for loss, seemingly every play. And there's Adewame again. That's a live ball because it's a kickoff. And they'll get inside midfield. Good return, just making sure to hold on to the ball to Diomede. Well, if Benet wins this one, it's a nice win. Maybe a B grade, as there were some things a little bit shaky offensively. Other than that, they played a decent game.
Defensively, what can you say in terms of what they haven't been able to do other than one play and a couple other potentials? There has not been a whole lot of success for their opponents on offense, and I think a lot of that comes from what they're able to do in the interior. Right now on offense, I think kind of the same thing. It might not be pretty football, it doesn't have to be flashy, but if you go down, long drive, score a touchdown, this one's got a bow on it.
2 in motion for the Red Wings, as that's Durbus and both Doyle. Clevenger, this time screen pass to the left, read well by the Hawks, as that's Lucas again. We're going to give you his tackles tonight. They're up there, if not the leading tackler for Hillcrest.
He's got such great closing speed, and as I mentioned before, great form on tackling there. The recognition of the play was the most impressive thing, though. I mean, immediately recognizing that ball was going right to Doyle, who can be so dangerous on that edge. But Benet hasn't found success getting that ball to Doyle. I think it's just because Lucas has been recognizing that play and nullifying it as quick as he can.
2nd and 11 for the Red Wings. 1 in the backfield, 3 to the right in terms of receivers. Clean pocket for Clevenger over the middle, overthrew him. That was a tight window, though, as the coverage was certainly there from Hillcrest.
I think that's a ball you have to throw because you're putting your guy up against the defender to put this one away with about 10 minutes to go. I think Clevenger rushed that one a little bit, and that led to the overthrow. Absolutely screaming off of that near edge was Maurice Garrett.
On the coverage was Liddell Ross. 3rd down coming up for the Red Wings, 3rd and 11. Whatever you do, Andy, don't turn the ball over.
Got to play clean, got to play fundamental football, and maybe try and pick up a first down.
Clevenger, the pressure comes. That's a slow-moving ball. Dangerous pass. And luckily able to hang with it is Albert. That could have been a pick 6 if it was thrown a little bit slower.
I thought you announcer jinxed them real quick there, Kyle. That ball was moving through the air. Maybe another step or two by the defense right there. That ball might be going the other way, and he still might be running back with that interception. But Clevenger gets that ball there just in the nick of time, and it looks like they're going to they're in the Hillcrest territory. It looks like they're still going to punt this one away.
4th and 6. Remember, you're only up by 10. But at the same time, it's a good call, Andy, because I don't know if Pat New trusts in Hillcrest kicking game to kick a game-tying field goal.
Yeah. And in terms of kicking, let's see if Michael Conway could give us another masterpiece.
This one kind of shanked it, but he gets a friendly roll. He can't be great every time, right? I mean, he is human after all.
He is superb. That punt does the job, though. You're making the Hillcrest offense go a big-time majority of the field, which, aside from one single possession, they haven't even come close to doing.
Got to score. Not only do you have to score, you'd like to score in 5 minutes or less, trying to avoid the onside kick if you can do so. The other thing is, too, do you have a field goal kicker? We've seen the offensive lineman kick a couple of times tonight. So even though the scoreboard says you're down 10, are you really down 14?
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic to this game. I'm very intrigued on how Hillcrest is going to respond to it.
Bradley's been shaky passing the football tonight. Bradley in the pocket. Jump pass. Well behind his receiver. Thomas the intended target. And just not his night for Anthony Bradley.
Yeah, that pocket collapsing around him, I think those Benet footsteps get to him a little bit, which fair enough as a quarterback. I wouldn't want to stand in there and try to wrestle with that. But still, Benet doing that, making him rush that throw, and only ran 3 defenders in the backfield there. It's, again, I'm impressed with the interior of both teams right now. But Bennett's defense, if they can, once again, stop Hillcrest, I mean, you got to hats off to them.
This time, a quick run over to Thomas. Remember, he had that run that went all the way to the 20-yard line, and then it was called back for a blindside hit.
Yeah, he is dangerous in open space. The only issue, the only time he's got an open space, there was a penalty, and he hasn't been able to breathe on his runs right now. So here we are again, Kyle, 3rd and medium. What's Hillcrest dial up to try and perform some CPR in this offense of theirs?
I hate to use the term the yips, but it seems like Bradley has it a little bit.
He's a tremendous athlete. It's very surprising watching this performance from him.
He's still on his feet. Look at that speed. Trying to make something happen. Oh, dangerous pass as it was almost picked off by John Erickson. Well, with 9:13 to go and the fact that your punting game has been suspect, one would think they're going to go for it, but I did see some subs come in for Hillcrest.
Yeah, they certainly have the punting unit out there, and I mean, Bradley tried his best to extend that play. Like we said, tremendous athlete. We saw what he did all last season, not just against Benet, but just against the opponents the Hillcrest Hawks faced. And I just can only imagine that the frustration continues to mount for him and the rest of that offensive unit.
Another report coming up from Ryan Haywood. Ryan, it's 18-8 thanks to a safety by this Benet defense.
Yeah, Coach New was absolutely hyped, as is the rest of this Benet crowd. An injury report here for the Hillcrest Hawks. Number 17, senior wide receiver Derek Steeder. Couldn't put pressure on his left foot. He was grimacing on the sideline. They took him to the table, and the athletic training staff were tending to him. Does not appear he will return in this one. And going back to Benet, it's the defensive coaches were coming together saying, guys, don't worry about it. We just got to hold them. If they want to get back into this game, they're going to have to rely on the air game. So we're golden as long as we keep doing our job. Kyle?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. That might be Ryan's last report of the night unless this goes to overtime. Only down by 10 is Hillcrest. 3rd and 7 right now. I thought that was 4th down. They haven't updated on the Jumbotron.
It is indeed 4th down, yes.
Okay. Because I don't see the 4th down either from the chain gang. Third and 7 on the 26. And Bradley will indeed kick. That's going to be all the way to the 42, getting close to the 41. And finally drops dead, so on 4th and 7, they punt. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by that. At the same time, if you don't convert, then Bennett's probably going to score a touchdown to end the game. But now if Benet plays the 5-minute offense game of just getting first downs, the game's over also. The good news is for Hillcrest, Benet has struggled running the football all night.
Yeah, things haven't come easy for Benet despite this 10-point lead they've ran out to. I don't dislike that decision from Hillcrest. Time is of the essence, but you still have over 9 minutes. Your defense has been playing well as of recent, and they've forced a takeaway earlier. Why can't they do it again and potentially have a big run back, set themselves up for success in the red zone?
9:02 to go, 1st and 10 at their own 41. Handoff, again, going nowhere fast. Good news for Benet, at least that keeps the clock moving.
Yeah, even though they haven't found success in the run game, perhaps they rely on it more because it's at least going to make that clock keep ticking down. I mean, they are completing a fair amount of passes still. I'm still fully expecting them to pass more than a couple times on this drive.
Got to be careful, though, if you pass the football. It's going to stop the clock. Ryan, you got another report for us? No? Okay.
Thanks, Ryan. Ryan's been great tonight.
He has. He's given us a lot of great information. See, I don't love that, Andy, because it stops the clock. Now, it probably should have been caught, but even if it was caught, he was running towards out of bounds. So all the defense has to do is force him out.
Yeah, now I'm seeing why legendary Ohio State coach Woody Hayes ran the ball so much, because only one bad thing can happen if you run the ball, but 3 bad things can happen if you pass the ball. Something like that. I wasn't good at math.
I think some of the great head coaches, I forget their names, but it was either Tom Coughlin or somebody said that 10,000 bad things can happen when you pass the football, and only one bad thing can happen when you run.
That sounds about right. I mean, especially passing tonight has been a majority of the offense for both teams.
It's been a lot better passing the football for both offenses.
Exactly.
3rd and 11. That stopped the clock, by the way. Clevenger has tons of time. Receiver was starting to fall down. Looking back towards the sideline judge, is there a flag on the field?
That flag came in late, Kyle. The referee that was standing in the middle of the field there, I think one of the players in the interior lost their composure there. I'm not sure who it was. I think I see the referee pointing towards the Hillcrest Hawks. It's going against Benet.
If it's personal foul, then that would be loss of down and 15 yards back.
Pretty solid game from the referees tonight. I'll shout out my favorite referee back home, Jacob Williams. Happy bachelor party, buddy. He's having a good time, as are we. So thanks, everybody, for joining in. Looks like Benet is going to send out the punting unit, but Friday Night Lights, huh?
When's his big wedding?
The big day is in October. I believe it's 3rd or 4th week of October. He'll probably not be happy that I don't know the exact date, but that's okay.
As long as you're there, right?
I should be there.
Punt formation is Benet, 1 deep for Hillcrest. Not a great drive from Benet, partner. Didn't lose a lot of the clock. They didn't gain any yardage. Look, this game is not over yet. If Hillcrest can score quickly, the problem is, do they have a kicking game? If they don't, even if they score quickly, it would probably be an onside kick.
Yeah, you said it before, the whole dynamic when you don't have a kicker, because a touchdown and a field goal is a lot different than 2 touchdowns, especially with 8 minutes remaining, and especially when your offense has really stayed at its own side of the field for quite a long time now.
Long way to go. Field position has been a problem for Hillcrest tonight. Ball at their own 17. 83 yards to go. Bradley with time. This time, tight window. Did he catch the ball? He ended up with it, but did it hit the turf? Original signal is incomplete. Intended target was Garrett.
There's a Benet player down on that far side. Nearly a tremendous catch there from Garrett, but let's make sure that Benet defensive back is A-okay.
That might have been a catch, partner. We're going to watch it on 50% speed.
Oh, my goodness. Kyle, I think he caught that ball with one hand, bobbled it, and reeled it in before he went out of bounds. Referees disagreed, but oh, my goodness, what an effort. Second and 10 for Hillcrest here. What do you think, Kyle, looking at it one more time?
Looked like he caught that ball, partner. The officials haven't missed much tonight, but I think they missed that one.
I think they may have, and that's one of the bigger calls of the night, too. The Benet defensive back shaken up on the play was Luke Crowder, the sophomore.
Oh, boy. One of the few ones that Bradley's had on target, but that time dropped by Bowers, the combo wide receiver cornerback.
When it rains, it pours. This is a really uncharacteristic outing from this Hillcrest offense, returning so many players.
By the way, that was perfect ball placement from Bradley. We talked about the inaccuracy. Ryan, what do you got for us? 18-8. It looked like that Garrett caught that ball, but there was an injury on the play as well.
Yeah, it looked like it was a little bit more on his left side, his right side. He couldn't put weight on it initially, but of course he was able to get up, and he is good to go.
Who's the injured player for Benet? Luke Crowder.
It was indeed number 0, Luke Crowder, that was injured in that play. And, well, if Crowder's shaken up, I'm sure he's in good spirits after that one.
Well, Hillcrest is behind the 8 ball as it's going to be 4th and 15. Clock dwindling, 7:24 to go, but they did bring subs into the game. I don't think they would punt here, but I mean, I've been wrong before.
It's an unfortunate decision. Your hands are kind of tied. You feel like you have to go, but, I mean, 4th and 15 when your offense is probably averaging a couple yards a play, it's daunting even if you're in this dire situation.
Terrible snap. Oh, boy. Now, was he tackled before the act of kicking? Because I bring that up, Andy. If he's tackled in the act of kicking, it's roughing the kicker. If he's tackled before he kicks it, he's a quarterback.
Oh, my goodness. What a hit delivered to Bradley, acting as the punter there. But more importantly, and keep in mind, he's been quarterbacking all night for this Hillcrest team. He laid down on the turf a little bit. I'd imagine he is got some more than some minor injuries and cuts and bruises. He's really been through the grind tonight, Kyle.
That's a couple of calls against Hillcrest that should have been called. In my opinion, that was roughing the kicker. What do you think?
I do think he's getting ready to go ahead and drop the ball down and kick it. And, I mean, he got lit up regardless. Again, as a ball carrier, that's a perfectly legal hit. But it looked like he was getting that ball ready to kick. Don't see a lot of protest from Hillcrest. Maybe they saw it differently.
What are you going to do, right? Clevenger in the pocket. Not a good pass. After all that, Hillcrest gets the ball back. Problem is they're at their own 1-yard line.
I guess we will call that a first down arm punt from Ben Clevenger. I mean, of course, that's not what he intended to do, but throwing into double coverage, a bit of an overthrow. Again, Clevenger's got a great arm. Coach Pat New has put his entire confidence and trust in his new field general. He's pitched a great relief season last year for the baseball team. He's a tremendous athlete. Bradley, his counterparts, tremendous athletes. Just 2 showings from them that was not what we were expecting, Kyle. These are tremendous athletes out there.
How about this? In 9 appearances, he only had a pitcher record of 1-1. Really interesting. And a 2.15 ERA, 14 strikeouts in 13 innings. So very good relief pitcher Ben Clevenger is for the Benet Red Wings. Not a good pass, though. Good thing is, in high school, you're automatically down once you hit the turf, so inside their own 5-yard line are the Hawks.
And you could certainly see the potential from Clevenger. He's got that big 6'1 frame. He's stepping up in the pocket and letting it fly. It just seems a bit unkempt tonight, and that'll surely probably get figured out as the season goes on.
And look, if Hillcrest loses this game, they lost fair and square, and that was a really nice catch that it looked like Garrett made. That's a tough call for the refs to make because the first inclination you would make is that it was dropped. But, man, it looks like they missed roughing the kicker.
Yeah, a couple calls that may have went Hillcrest's way, may have not. I mean, the point remains they got to tell themselves they have a chance to actually make this a 1-score game and still with a fair amount of time on the clock with all 3 of their timeouts. The issue is they're 98 yards away from that goal. Maybe a little closer
Benet.
now.
I understand why Benet would be that aggressive, though, because you're trying to coerce Hillcrest into a false start in your own end zone. So by cheating up, maybe you get Hillcrest to get in panic mode and they commit a false start. Still got a long way to go. Bradley Dangerous pass read well by Benet. That's Diamede. I'm sorry, that was 18 Albert again. It's hard to believe that Hillcrest is only down by 10 points the way the second half has unraveled for them.
The dynamic of this game is kind of unlike anyone I've ever seen in terms of we saw in 3 plays, 14 points scored, all from 80 yards plus out. And then since then, we have seen a field goal and a safety. And I don't know if we've seen a play longer than 10 or 15 yards all night, essentially, outside of those long-range plays.
Not a great pass from Bradley. It's been kind of the story tonight. Adams, the intended target. 4th and 5.
So, unfortunately, I thought at this point, despite the fact that you are on your own 7-yard line and it's 4th down, the end of the game is nigh. I thought they would keep the offense out there as a last-ditch effort. The punt unit's out there. We saw a fake punt earlier. I don't know if they're bold enough to try it again, but, again, time is of the essence here.
You know what you could do is a fake pass and see if Benet bites on a double move and try to throw it down the field for a 93-yard touchdown pass. Terrible snap. And Bradley with a left-footed kick. He's right-handed, by the way. That is not his dominant foot. That was a heck of a kick.
He did kick it with his left foot earlier. Perhaps that's his better foot he kicks with. I'm not really sure, but I also wouldn't think that was his dominant foot. Again, he's doing it all tonight. I can only imagine the level of fatigue he must have.
So for what seems like the 980th time, Benet has a chance to put this game away.
It is it's a pro and a con for them to be able to say that, right? Because that means their defense, minus one slip-up and a couple other chances that Hillcrest has had, has just been dominant, lights out. At the same time, what is that offensive unit doing or not doing that has caused them to stagnate time and time and time again?
Look, you're happy in your kicker's performance tonight, but you can't overly rely on a kicker to win state titles.
No, they're going to need Ben Clevenger to focus in and get those nerves out of the way to be better the rest of the way.
Up the middle, a couple of yards gain. Then a slew of Hillcrest defenders were there to greet him. It's a combination tackle by Boateng and Watson. Under 6 minutes to go. Each team has scored 1 touchdown, and then Conway with 3 field goals. Also a safety for this Benet defense.
Week 1 always has some surprises in store, and I think we both agree this has been quite the surprise.
Looked like it was going to be the best high school game of the year in the first half.
It certainly did.
Up the middle, and Salvino gets a couple of yards on the play. That's one of his best gains of the day. That's how tough it's been running the football for Benet tonight. Well, you're up by 10, so you're really not thinking 3 here. The 3 kind of helps you, but not really. You're thinking more about the clock, and possibly the clock plus putting 6 on the Jumbotron.
Yeah, I certainly wonder if, despite not doing it all game at this point, with wanting the clock to run and them having 2 incompletions on the last drive to try and run out some clock, if they just keep it on the ground here one more time.
3rd and 6. Breaks off a tackle. Excellent open field tackle. Flag on the play. We'll wait to see whose it's against. Carmichael says it's against the Red Wings.
And you can see that's number 5, Max Carmichael there. Clearly a vocal leader of this Hillcrest Hawks defense. He's been getting in the face of a lot of his guys, trying to fire them up, trying to get them to maintain discipline. And I think that's a big reason why Carmichael will be playing his college ball at Purdue University.
He's going to be fun to watch for the Boilermakers. 6'7", plays basketball as well for the Hawks.
Yeah, 6'7", listed at 260 pounds.
Oh my gosh!
For those of you who tuned into our pregame interview, you saw how far I had to reach up to be able to interview Mr. Carmichael, and it's been a treat to watch him tonight. And certainly, a lot of the defensive success that Hillcrest has had is because of number 5 out there.
He's made Lucas's night a little bit easier because Carmichael's able to get instant penetration. They have to run those screen passes, allowing Lucas to do what he does best, open field tackles near the sideline.
Absolutely.
3rd and 16. Good snap. Clevenger in the pocket. Downfield it goes. Beat a man. Underthrown. Knocked away by the Hawks. If it was on target, partner, that's a touchdown. Underthrown, it's just 4th and 16.
I'll be honest with you, it wasn't the best ball from Ben Clevenger. But you know what, Kyle? He hasn't had the best night. And the fact that he's still able to stand there and at least throw one up to give his teammate a chance at icing this one, I like that confidence out of him. It might not have had the result they wanted, but the fact that he's willing to do it, I think says a lot about his character and how much Benet wants to have him as the field general.
Problem with that play call is it stops the clock, and Hillcrest doesn't have to call a timeout.
That's a great point. While in principle that play was fun and benefited Benet, Hillcrest gets to save another timeout as on 3rd and a country mile, Bennett's going to try and regain any sort of yardage after that whole penalty debacle.
So there was a holding on the call. Hillcrest accepted because they want to keep pushing Benet back to get better field position on a punt. No surprise here. They're going to hand it off. Nice tackle, by the way, as that was from behind by Boateng. Are you surprised Hillcrest didn't call an immediate timeout?
I would think they were calling timeouts sooner rather than later. I suppose they're really looking to take advantage of the rule where you get the first down, the clock stops temporarily before the chains can catch up, and then the clock resumes ticking. Benet really taking their time on this one?
Of course, yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, that clock is still running here at Benedictine University. We are nearing 3.5 minutes remaining, Kyle. I agree with you. It's weird to not see a timeout there.
You don't get extra points for holding on to your timeouts at the end of the game.
As some NFL coaches make it seem like it, but you do not. That was maybe directed at Matt Eberflus for the Bears fans watching.
Yes, I know. I was kind of trying to move on. A new head coach. Actually, it's the second head coach because they had the interim guy after Matt Eberflus.
As a outsider looking in for the Chicago Bears, I am excited for what Ben Johnson can bring to a franchise that's been longing for some sort of success this century.
They went to a couple Super Bowls. How many of the Browns have been to?
Okay, that was unnecessary, Kyle.
Technically, they became the Ravens, so does that count? Technically, the Browns went to the Super Bowl twice?
No, we don't claim them, unfortunately, because, I don't know why. They left all their history behind in Cleveland and went ahead and then won 2 Super Bowls. I just think the key to being a good football team in the NFL
is to not be the Browns?
Is to not be the Cleveland Browns. I don't know why the Cleveland Browns have never thought about that, but it's something they should consider moving forward.
Dude, I'm rooting for the Browns. I'm rooting for Browns-Lions in the Super Bowl. I was rooting for Lions-Bills last year.
Yeah.
They broke my hearts.
They were on a collision course, it seemed, for a while, and I think Bennett's just going to get back to the game. It looks like they're just going to take that delay of game penalty.
Yeah, I just don't understand not calling the timeout. This coaching staff, of course, led by Weaver, a lot of assistant coaches. Now, you can call timeouts when you're on offense, but remember the clock stops on a first down for a couple seconds until they respot the ball. So it's different from the NFL where first downs don't help you stop the clock.
Yeah. And the other thing for Benet, it gives Conway a few extra yards where instead of maybe trying to kick this one to the corners, give a coffee quarter, he could just let the ball rip, let his coverage get down there, and they could down the ball maybe inside the 5 again.
I guess Hillcrest is thinking, look, we're going to do the onside kick regardless. We want to save those timeouts for setting up the onside kick because we know we're going to have to do an onside kick regardless, but didn't you work on onside kicks a lot in training camp?
And the referees are marching the ball back even more.
Yeah, it was
an unsportsmanlike conduct call against Benet. So now this is probably a little too far back for.
This game isn't over, partner. They get a blocked punt here and take it for a touchdown. Crazier things have happened in football.
Yeah, Conway's got to be careful here. Let's see what he does.
Lots of time to kick. This is not a good one, though. Takes a friendly Benet roll. That's Thomas. Hesitation move. Still on his feet. Thomas. And finally brought down by the Red Wings. As good pursuit on the play from Benet. Tackle delivered by both Sanderlin and Clevenger.
Jamari Thomas might not be having the best day statistically, but some of these runs from him in terms of tackle shed and just the angry run value he's had, he's looked really good. I think if you gave him some open space, which I'm sure he's going to find at some point this season, he's really going to light some defenses up.
So it'll be 1st and 10 at the 38. Partner, you got to score, what, in a minute or less, preferably?
To have any shot at this one, I mean, if they want to call the play that gets them the 62-yard touchdown they need right here, I would recommend it. Easier said than done, as we've seen all night, though.
Time to start considering the hook and ladder.
Pitchy, pitchy, woo-woo.
Not time for that yet. They go to a quarterback change, by the way. That's picked off. And nice tackle on the play. They go to the quarterback change. It was Micah Robinson in at quarterback. And maybe that's why he was the backup.
Unfortunate for Robinson. I mean, he came in and he uncorked one over the middle of the field, but Robinson's first pass of the night directly into the arms of the Benet safety there. That is number 34. That's Wells.
Couldn't put it on a tee better than that. That was right to him.
I'm not sure who's down for Benet right now. Looks like that actually is Wells, the interceptor there, who's slow to his feet and getting seen by the training staff.
Donovan Wells gets the pick and able to get right back up. He'll have to sit out for at least a play. He's a safety, so he won't be in at offense. But that kind of day for Hillcrest. They did everything they could defensively, offensively. Hard to win games when you only score 8 points.
An offense in football has to be such a well-oiled machine, and if a single part of it is not functioning, it completely falls apart. And I think, of course, the quarterback play is going to be the focus for Hillcrest, but there's a couple different spots I think they need to look at in terms of what they can do in interior line blocking, preventing that defensive rush from getting there, having the receivers get that separation they need, whether they're in short, medium, or long-range situations. So there's a lot of potential in this Hillcrest team. We talked about it before on what they were able to do last season. They are a frequent playoff contender, but tonight's just not the Hawks' night.
It just seemed like they made Bradley do things that isn't his strength. Now, I know he had 191 passing yards against Lamont, 13 of 20 passing. But it's only 20 passes, right? He likes to run the ball. He likes to get to the edge. He likes to keep the defense guessing. When you play outside your element, as that's a timeout by Hillcrest, so we'll take a timeout as well. Benet up 18-8 here at the home of the Benet Academy Red Wings.
Now this is some bull.
And another 3 for the ball! Oh, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm's here to help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
A deal for me?
A deal for everyone.
17 East Van Buren Street, Joliet, Illinois.
At Quick Trip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hardworking people bringing their best every day to make that happen?
It's been a fun one tonight. Kyle Smith alongside Andy Dietrich. If you miss any of the action, just hit that rewind button. You can watch as many times as you'd like. The first half was really fun. The second half, a lot of ups and downs.
A lot of ups and downs indeed. That outburst of scoring late in the first quarter has been met with a defensive stalemate, which I'm sure both coaches are overjoyed about, but also a little concerned. You know, what's going on that offensive side of the ball? Like I said, still trying to establish that identity early in the season.
Decision-making for Clevenger has to be better in their next game. Hand up the middle. One would think they're just going to run it until they can start going into victory formation.
And you talk about Clevenger, of course, he's going to be his own biggest critic, right? He was a key contributor on this team last season, mainly at starting safety. A broken ankle in Week 5 kept him out for majority of the season, and he said time and time again just how excited he is to be back out there with his guys. He knows how much his guys, want to boost him up and how much his guys count on him to perform. And I have no doubts that Clevenger and company will right the ship as we continue on in this young 2025 season.
And for the Hawks, do they have a quarterback controversy? I don't think so, but it is a little bit concerning, only down 10, that they went to the backup. Hand up, off the middle, as they go to their backup running back that time in 28. Good run for Lawler. He got hurt earlier in the game, by the way.
Yeah, going back to Hillcrest and Bradley, who, braved the storm in there, having to run outside the pocket, getting lit up on that punt where, he's had to come in as punter a couple times. You just hope it doesn't destroy his confidence, right? He's so much potential to be something, to make this Hillcrest team another, top achieving team for their program, but it's not his night once again.
Clevenger hands it off to Lawler. Gets close to the 10. And that will move the chains. That'll be the second timeout from Hillcrest.
No, looks like that clock's still running. I think that's it, Kyle.
Hillcrest will not call their second timeout, surprisingly, but they decide to wave the white flag. And a nice win for Benet. It didn't come easy. A couple of picks from Clevenger, but some excellent defensive play from Benet. Give credit to them. They gave up less than 10 points tonight.
Anytime you could say that, I think in any level of football, it's impressive, let alone high school football, where I think we've seen, these big-time outbursts of scoring, and those games really get away from defenses. But Bennett's defensive unit has a lot to be proud of. Bennett's offensive unit, clearly some things to work on. Bennett's special teams, especially their kicker, Michael Conway, I think they could pat themselves on the back.
All right, we're going to give you our 3 stars of the game and our MVP. I'll give you the 3 stars, Andy, and then it's up to you to tell us who our MVP of the game is. 3rd star, it has to be Michael Garrett with that fantastic catch all the way to the house. 2nd star, Diomede, 85 yards to the house. My 1st star, the kicks and the punts, Michael Conway, 3 of 4 with the field goals, and the punt inside the 10-yard line that eventually led to the safety. Who was your MVP of the game?
I think I will give it to number 99, Michael Conway. I will be honest with you. The ability that he provides in terms of head coach Pat New knowing if his offense even got close and stalled out, they could still come away with 3 points, proved invaluable in this one. I mean, 9 points off of his right foot alone. That does not mean that the rest of the Benet offense didn't pitch in when they needed to pull out this one. But Michael Conway, hats off to that kid.
Yeah, for sure. He also had that extra point as well off the touchdown.
So is that 10 points for
10
Conway?
points, yeah.
Double-digit scoring.
Yeah. So far, excellent crew for Stephen Taylor and for Ryan Haywood, Hayden Bales, Luke Ellis, everybody else that worked for us. For Andy Diedrich, I'm Kyle Smith. That does it for our play-by-play broadcast. Post-game show brought to you by Sports Broadcast Solutions. Coming up next.
A deal for me?
A deal for everyone!
17 East Van Buren Street, Joliet, Illinois.
Do you expect experienced, professional, and personalized attention from your building supply partnerships? You should. Are you getting the specific attention you need to help your business grow? You can. Introducing IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply. As a professional small business, you need real solutions to achieve your desired growth outcomes. This requires more than sample boards, pricing, and on-time delivery, which sets the bar too low. You need more. To grow and win in this ultra-competitive environment, you need ultra-competitive solutions. With Richards Building Supply, get the personalized attention you deserve and need. Take advantage of incredible first-time user incentives. Gain discounted access to a host of our industry's most reputable marketing tools through a Roof Pro membership. And that's just the beginning. Don't believe us? Let us show you. IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply.
At Quick Trip, we're known for our fresh and delicious food and our dedication to providing the best customer service. Did you know it takes more than 34,000 dedicated, hard-working people bringing their best every day to make that happen? Quick Trip wants to thank all our co-workers for their tireless hard work and dedication to making a difference in someone's life. Hey, join us in saying thank you to the family of co-workers known for their love of community and treating everyone like family.
To the city that invented the skyscraper, reversed the flow of a river, created its own style of pizza, gave a home to legends, and stole our hearts. Chicago, we love you. From the iconic attractions to the majestic lakefront, the distinctive neighborhoods and thriving culture, the second city is second to none, but that's not all that made us fall for you. What we love most about you, Chicago, is your people. Friendly, welcoming, and undeniably passionate about our hometown. App Properties was born and raised in Chicago, and Chicago has supported us for the past 23 years. There's no place we'd rather call home. Love, App Properties, Christie's International Real Estate.
Are you looking for some good food after a Fenwick football game? Then head on over to O'Sullivan's Public House. Located on Madison Street in Forest Park, O'Sullivan's Public House has daily drink specials alongside a year-round beer garden. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. O'Sullivan's PH offers dinner until 10 p.m. Even cooler, O'Sullivan's offers a late-night menu until 11:30 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. On the weeknights, O'Sullivan's has a late-night menu until 11 p.m. And for the fall season, O'Sullivan's will offer 20% off food for athletes and coaches following home Fenwick games. For more information, go online to o'sullivansfp.com.
Welcome to the post-game show brought to you by Sports Broadcast Solutions. I'm Kyle Smith along with the SBS player of the game, Michael Conway. An 18-8 win for Benet tonight as they're 1-0 on the season. Michael, a heck of a game from you. 3 punts inside the 20, and your long field goal was a 41-yarder.
Thank you, yeah.
To the post-game show brought to you by Sports Broadcast Solutions. I'm Kyle Smith along with the SBS player of the game. Welcome to the post-game show brought to you by Sports Broadcast Solutions. I'm Kyle Smith along with the SBS player of the game, Michael Conway. An 18-8 win for Benet tonight as they're 1-0 on the season. Michael, a heck of a game from you. 3 punts inside the 20, and your long field goal was a 41-yarder.
Thank you, yeah. Had a lot of fun today. I think our team has a lot to improve upon, but we can definitely be a lot better next week.
What were you saying on the sideline? Your punt helped pin them inside the 5, and you got that safety to put the game away. 18-8 win.
Yeah, the punt was great. It just rolled out a lot. I couldn't have done it without my teammates, though. Getting there, getting down to the line, getting through blocks. It was great.
What have you worked on in practice? 3 punts inside the 20 is fantastic.
Yeah, just a lot of focusing on technique and really good leg swing. It's a lot of practice, too. It takes time.
You know, we were saying on the broadcast when you had the 26-yarder, we said, oh, this is a chip shot. And then it went off the uprights. Did your teammates mock you a little bit? Like, you made the 41-yarder, but you missed this one?
Yeah, I just was a bit too quick around it. Hit a little draw, and unfortunate hit the inside of the post.
Your defense was great tonight. After the 80-yarder, Anthony Bradley was just he didn't have it tonight playing the quarterback position.
Yeah, no, our defense was great. I'm excited for next week. I think we can do really well in the future.
Final thoughts about the night tonight. It wasn't a great performance, but you guys won by 10 points.
Yeah, I think we definitely have a lot to improve upon, but we can do great.
That's Michael Conway. It does it for our post-game show. So for Chris Angela, Larry Johnson, I'm Kyle Smith. We'll see you next time on SBS.
Are you looking for some good food after a Fenwick football game? Then head on over to O'Sullivan's Public House. Located on Madison Street in Forest Park, O'Sullivan's Public House has daily drink specials alongside a year-round beer garden. Open daily from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. O'Sullivan's PH offers dinner until 10 p.m. Even cooler, O'Sullivan's offers a late-night menu until 11:30 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. On the weeknights, O'Sullivan's has a late-night menu until 11 p.m. And for the fall season, O'Sullivan's will offer 20% off food for athletes and coaches following home Fenwick games. For more information, go online.
Sure, my family loves me. They bought me this sweet new collar. My dog bowl is always full of Fido's finest. Heck, they even take care of the personal stuff on my walk. Come on, who does that? But what really sealed the deal for me was when they installed a security system from Forest Security. Hey, I'm no watchdog, you know? Forest Security offers the latest in technology and security for our home. Yeah, I'm pretty good at keeping an eye on things, but I also have stuff to do, like sleep and socialize. A smart security system can provide around-the-clock awareness and generate instant smartphone alerts. They let the family know if something is wrong or suspicious. They do all of the work for us, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know what they say, you can't trust a dog to watch your house or your sandwich. Call Forest Security today.
Call us today at 708-452-2000 or visit forestsecurity.com.
Do you expect experienced, professional, and personalized attention from your building supply partnerships? You should. Are you getting the specific attention you need to help your business grow? You can. Introducing IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply. As a professional small business, you need real solutions to achieve your desired growth outcomes. This requires more than sample boards, pricing, and on-time delivery, which sets the bar too low. You need more. To grow and win in this ultra-competitive environment, you need ultra-competitive solutions. With Richards Building Supply, get the personalized attention you deserve and need. Take advantage of incredible first-time user incentives. Gain discounted access to a host of our industry's most reputable marketing tools through a Roof Pro membership. And that's just the beginning. Don't believe us? Let us show you. IHSA Roof Pro and Grow through Richards Building Supply.